long lost, Lord. We lift up the Foote family and others that have recently passed away. But if we really listen, Lord, we will know. There's an interesting fellow, a pastor, Gabriel, who spent 18 days in heaven with you, Jesus, and has returned to share it around our country and around our world. We thank you, Lord, for making yourself revealed to all of us if we choose to accept your revelation. We ask now that you bless this county, bless the state of Virginia, and be with all the deliberations that we have. May it be occasions of rejoicing that we may feel in this place today and tonight. We ask your blessings upon us, and may we give you the glory. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Dr. Bradshaw.
Thank you. Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Board members, we have an agenda. Mr. Bowen, are there any amendments to the agenda?
Mr. Chairman, there's a couple of them. I'd like to go into closed session on one subject as far as the county administration and performance, and as well as we need to consult with legal counsel concerning possible litigation.
Okay, can I have a member make a motion to amend the agenda for closed session county admin?
We're going to put that under M, like M1.
Oh, it's already there. It's O.
Oh, if we could, after y'all speak, Mr.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If you don't mind, we'll do it that way.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve with the amendment.
Second.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. Forgive me. Possible litigation is not an exception. You want to consult legal counsel? Anything is possible litigation.
Probable.
Actual problem. Thank you.
Excuse me, I didn't use the right terminology, sir. But that will be read before we go in closed session.
Got a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the agenda's been amended. That was 5-0. We've got several sets of minutes. We've got special meeting December 29th, a regular meeting January 15th, February 19th, and then the March 19th minutes. Has anybody have any questions or changes to those minutes?
Mr. Chairman, I do not, but I'd move to approve the minutes all listed under Section C on tonight's agenda.
I'll second it.
Okay, we'll take Mr. Ingram second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we've approved those minutes. I'm going to stop here and read my disclosure for conflicts of interest before we go into delegations from the public, just in case anybody wants to discuss something. This declaration is made with respect to the transaction in which the supervisor of the county board of supervisors has a personal interest in the transaction involving the county and the applicable exception which permits said supervisor's participation. The Virginia State and Local Government Conflicts of Interest Act, in accordance with Section 2.2-3112B1, requires this disclosure to be recorded in the county records in any case in which I have a personal interest in the transaction, or my participation is permissible. Therefore, I make the following disclosure. The transaction involved is pursuant to Virginia Code 58.1-2636. The Board of Supervisors and Ampliform Rocky Ford, LLC, are negotiating a signing agreement for a solar project facility and application for a special exception permit by Northwest Rocky Ford, LLC, for a solar facility within Nottoway County, Virginia. My personal interest affected by this transaction is as follows. The above referenced transaction by the Board of Supervisors will involve the approval of a special exception permit for the construction of a solar facility project within Nottoway County. My employer, Citizens Bank and Trust, holds deeds of trust on several parcels that are being considered as part of the solar application. However, in accordance with Section 2.2-311B1, because the application includes a group of 3 or more persons affected by the transaction, including multiple landowners, participation is permitted upon this declaration. I will be able to participate in the transaction fairly, objectively, and in furtherance of the public interest. The one topic that's on the agenda tonight is the performance agreement, which is later in the night. But we have delegations to the public now. We only have one. Did anybody miss the list that wishes to speak? Mr. Sonny Abbott.
There, I got it.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Bowen,
Good
my
evening.
special appreciation to Mrs. Norton for a welcome back.
Thank you, sir.
I ask that you please see me as a resident of the county and not in any other capacity. I'd like to express my thanks to Mr. Toth. He called Saturday, and we discussed numerous items, one that I raised at the public hearing last Thursday. Mr. Toth is the first board member in recent times to call me about something I raised at a board meeting that wasn't a response to a FOIA request. I've learned that the performance agreement, a critical part of the currently approved site agreement, requires a separate vote, and I see that it's on the agenda tonight. When did the board share that fact? Mr. Toth and I discussed this subject at length. I look forward to learning what might change that isn't clearly understood by any member of this board. For clarity's sake, I reached out and had a very brief discussion with my board representative, Mr. Rourke. That was a few days after my conversation with Mr. Toth. My hope, and I know that doesn't float usually, but my hope is that before the performance agreement is voted on, someone, any one of you, has the foresight to require that the funding formula be clearly outlined and is presented in a method of determining the cost to the county everyone understands for the next 25 years. Now, at last month's meeting, I asked questions. Let me refresh your memory on 3 of them. What procedures have been added to ensure all necessary accruals are identified, recorded, and reversed in a timely manner? Who has the board selected to review the reconciliation to strengthen internal controls over cash reporting? Has this person received training to ensure they have the skills to ensure the appropriate accounting procedures are followed? Now, other items previously mentioned, the treasurer continues to ignore the Code of Virginia. That's 58-1-136, or 13160. Isn't the management of all funds received by the county this board's responsibility? I believe the Code of Virginia covers that too. There doesn't appear to be an accounting plan B due to the issues with the Bright system. Whomever the next auditor might be, I'm confident he will understand why traditional accounting principles aren't being followed. Another question now, this one's a little new. Now that the finance person resigned, basically exercising a mental health exit, have our accounting problems ceased? If this employee isn't here to do what was expected of their position and was asked to assist the treasurer, will the next employee be expected to assist the treasurer too? What was asked of the administration's employee was and is clearly within the province of the treasurer. Finally, what seems evident is that this board, generally speaking, doesn't answer questions, irrespective of who asked them. Well, thanks for listening. Again, don't concern yourselves with responding, not that you would anyway, as I'm beginning to enjoy just asking questions and not receiving answers. Just so you know, I'll be back next week with a few more. Thanks for listening.
Thank you,
son.
Sonny.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abbott. No further delegations from the public.
Yes, sir.
Got Section E, public hearings. I did have a board member ask, so we've got number 1, and we've got 4 topics under number 1. Is that one public hearing?
No, it's 4, according to what I met with Mr. Greg Zodi, you might want to give him the floor on that. It should be 4 different.
So we're going to open and close 4 times.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Excuse me. The first matter to be heard by the board tonight will be the text amendment to zoning ordinance section 6.1-2 definitions to redefine animal hospitals.
All right.
Okay. The Planning Commission heard this text amendment at their March 17th meeting, and it was subsequently supposed to be heard tonight or in the April meeting. One of the things that, with our zoning ordinance, is that we had a definition for veterinary hospitals, animal clinics, but we had no place, no zoning district to put it. So we need one if we want to attract, veterinarians and whatnot to our county to open business. So I brought it before the planning commission, and this one, I revised the definition from animal hospital, a facility for the provision of surgical or other medical treatments to animals. Such animals may be kept in the facility during the recovery period or while under medical treatment only. The Planning Commission gave their consent and advice that they would like to have it revised for any veterinary hospital / clinic, because we want to include clinic in there. Any establishment rendering surgical and medical treatment of animals, boarding of animals shall only be conducted indoors and for no longer than 30 days. Exceptions include large livestock, including horses, cattle, sheep, and goats. And I've never been to an animal hospital where they had sheep, goats, and horses. So the Planning Commission voted yes unanimously at their March 17th meeting for this particular matter, and I didn't receive any calls for this particular proposal. And that's staff's report. Before I stop, I need to correct myself. I did speak to Dr. Cole and also Dr. Carr. Dr. Carr emailed me yesterday, and I just basically explained what I explained to you all, that we're looking to legalize or codify the animal hospitals in the county.
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Cole is in the audience, but I suggest maybe if you want to open the public hearing, all of them, and go through them, and he is here to answer any questions or concerns or anything, any expectations of what he planned to do here in the county.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so from the board, I'll take a motion to open 1A, zoning ordinance text amendment, redefine animal hospital.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, public hearing is open. This is to redefine animal hospital. Is there anybody in the audience that wishes to speak? Seeing none, I'll take a motion to close the public hearing on redefine animal hospital.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any board discussion on this, or you guys want to, we can have discussion after all four if you want?
I'd like to discuss each one of them individually.
Oh,
My mind gets sidetracked.
Any discussion on animal hospital?
Yeah, Mr. Zodi, my question is the revised definition, veterinary hospital, clinic, any establishment rendering surgical or medical treatment of animals, just like you just read. Boarding of animals shall only be conducted indoors for no longer than 30 days. Exceptions including large livestock, including horses, cattle, sheep, and goats. Exceptions include large livestock, meaning that he can perform medical treatment outside the building, correct? What about the 30 days in the event that somebody's got a dog that could easily take over 30 days inside your facility? We shall not have no control over that, is that correct?
That would be correct. I think it would be a fruitless pursuit to go after somebody's animal, their dog.
That's right, and they're caring for them hourly, and sometimes it could require longer than 30 days.
Yeah.
Is that right, Dr. Cole? Yeah. Okay. We want to know how long that dog's been there. So why even put it in the terminology? The Planning Commission decided to do that. Why was that, Mr. Ingram? Do you remember?
I think what they were trying to do, and I think what Mr. Zodi was trying to do, is distinguish this temporary from somebody running a commercial kennel.
That's
That was
right.
the whole thing.
That's right.
And so if you're running a commercial kennel, you're breeding dogs to sell them, and you've got a kennel that's going to come under some other definition as opposed to this.
Yes, sir.
That was my
That
understanding.
sort of makes sense, except for if we are specifically speaking about a veterinary hospital / clinic, then a kennel wouldn't fall under that.
No, sir, it wouldn't.
Sure. I think the chairman's going to require you to come up here.
You come on up to the mic so the people.
Say what you said again so that I'm sure.
So it's
About the thing about, if you bring a cow to me that needs a C-section, am I allowed to do it in the garage? If I put a chute in the garage,
I don't think you even need to do that. According to this, it says exceptions include. Exceptions mean you don't need to have them in your building.
if I put a chute in the garage, because I'm not gonna put it in.
If you if you treat a twisted stomach cow, you can do that on the farmer's trailer, I would presume, right?
Right.
Yeah. It does not have to come inside your
I just wanna
clinic.
be sure, because
Yeah.
when he said the exception, I just wanna be sure that I was understood. Can I get a copy of that if y'all approve it?
After I'm done and
Okay.
they approve it.
Yep,
I'll
okay.
give you my copy.
Any other questions for Dr. Cole while he's up there, board member?
Nope.
What if you thought of it this way, Bo?
Where you at?
Specifying in duration while under doctor's care to distinguish commercial kennels from private ownership of hunting dogs. Get rid of the 30 days, just say under doctor's care.
There you go. That would be a whole lot better terminology, because
Take the
30
30
days
days.
it's giving the authority to the county to police his business.
Yeah, and
If you look at the redefinition of animal hospital killing, it says the definition of animal hospital was refined to exclude long-term boarding, specifically exempting livestock. See what I'm saying?
But then you go back to the dog or cat.
Yeah, like, I think, again, I'll go back to what I think the planning commission was trying to do.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Keep another entity from opening up,
Right.
breeding and housing dogs.
Right.
I understand it. But what the chairman recommended is instead of saying exceeding 30 days, is to reword that while under veterinarian's care.
Yep, or medical care.
Chair?
Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with
I'd
that.
like to repeat what you just suggested, Mr. Toth supported. Boarding of animals shall only be conducted indoors while under doctor's care, period.
Period.
Does that work?
Yeah, that works for me.
Yep.
Supervisor?
Yeah.
That way you never have that 31st day conversation with somebody who's distraught.
Yeah, and I don't want.
I could inject there, because dealing with the Board of Veterinary Medicine about all of this. I think they keep saying, when I'm dealing with the Board of Veterinary, they have all kinds of regulations. And the kennel.
They
the
outregulate
kennel
us.
thing is totally different.
Right.
In the old days, in the 1960s, if you went to Disney World and you lived in town, you took your animal to the vet for the week you were going to Disney World. They're doing away with that now. The animal hospitals are for sick animals.
Gotcha.
And now they're all kennels where if you want to leave your dog. So y'all are correct in what you're saying. We're not interested in
Yeah.
becoming a place to take your dog if you're going to on vacation.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So is your board agreeable to that?
Yes, sir.
change in
Yes,
order
sir.
of approval? So we're, while under veterinarian's care, remove the 30 days.
Yes, sir.
Is that okay,
That
Greg?
suit y'all?
Yes,
Suit you, Mr. Ingram?
Suit everybody?
I got that.
That suit you?
All right, I'll take a motion to approve.
We'll close the public hearing first?
We did that.
We did, okay,
Now,
cool.
we're in board discussion. So 1A zoning ordinance text amendment, redefine animal hospital. I'll take a motion to approve it with the change to veterinarian's care.
So move.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, pass 5-0 with the change. All right, Mr. Zodi,
The next amendment, second amendment I
EB.
have,
EB,
E1B.
that one too.
let me get like this, okay. Text amendments to zoning ordinance sections 2.1-2, I'm sorry, 2.12, 2-2-3, and 2-5-3 to allow animal hospital as a permitted use. These are essentially designating the agricultural district, the conservation district, and the general business district as by right uses for the hospital.
By right means they don't have to come to the board,
That's correct.
any type of special.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll take a motion to open E1B, zoning ordinance text amendment, animal hospital as permitted use.
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Anybody wish to speak on this matter? Seeing none, I'll take a motion to close
So move.
Second.
E1B. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we've closed the public hearing. Is there any further discussion by the board in regards to use by right?
I have none.
I don't.
Seeing no board discussion, I'll take a motion to approve E1B, zoning ordinance text amendment, animal hospital as permitted use.
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passed 5-0. E1B. We're now at E1C, zoning ordinance text amendment, redefine kennel.
Yes, sir. I did take this to the board again on March 17th, and the current definition is a place prepared to house, board, breed, handle, or otherwise keep or care for dogs for sale or in return for compensation. The Planning Commission heard that on the 17th of March, and they recommended the following. For boarding kennel, instead of just a kennel, a boarding kennel is a place prepared to temporarily house, board, breed, handle, or otherwise keep or care for dogs for sale or in return for compensation. The second line added was all kennels shall, or that's actually me, now that I think about it. All kennels shall meet the rules and regulations as prescribed in state code. And that was given a 10-0 recommendation for approval by the Planning Commission.
All right, I'll take a motion from a board member to open E1C.
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
We're in a public hearing. Anyone in the public that wishes to speak on this matter? All right, seeing none, I'll take a motion to close E1C.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Mr. Chairman, I had a question
Yes.
for Mr. Zodi. The revised definition of boarding kennel, what is the definition and length of time for the word temporarily? How much time does that cover?
I think that's really, I'm not being flippant with you, but I think it's really up to the, I don't want to put a time limit on that. I mean, if somebody's going away for a month or 2-month vacation, you know, I don't know, that's why I didn't put a limit on it.
Okay.
You don't want to limit the success of a business by
Right.
putting limits. I'll ask a question, and this might be for the next one. So the county sells a kennel license. What's the difference between somebody, a citizen, me, buying a kennel license and this commercial kennel definition? Could you tell me about that?
Well, it depends on the zoning district you're in, quite honestly. And I can
Who
get.
buys a kennel license now?
Mostly hunters.
Yeah, I was gonna say-
Most of the people with
And
over 5 dogs, it's a cost savings to do a kennel license versus an individual dog.
Yeah, I believe it's over
5 or 7.
over 5, up
something
to
like that.
50 or something. I
That's
can't-
right.
it's-
It is up to
it's-
50,
But
I
there's no
think.
commercial activity there. That's just somebody's owned animals, pets, hunting dogs, cattle dogs.
Yes.
Okay, so that's the difference, is they're not doing it for money. It's their animals.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah, that was discussed by the planning commission also.
Was it? Okay.
Kennel license is a way that if you have 20 hunting dogs, you don't have to buy 20.
Right.
Individual tag, right.
By a kennel license.
With the term kennel in this respect of somebody operating a facility to house dogs.
Yeah.
The kennel license is sold to an individual when they present to rabies clinics.
That's right.
Certificates for 5 or greater dogs.
Right.
In other words, the kennel ain't their primary residence, so they don't need to have a kennel license at the facility to house the dogs.
It would help if they had a dog license issued by the county, but
For
That's not-
what?
for just dogs.
For that individual, though, you took your dog over to that commercial facility, you should have a,
Yeah, but if it came from Prince Edward County, they might have it in Prince Edward.
Right, but as long as they have the rabies, and I think Board of Health will require it. Is it the right, Dr. Rose?
that's whatever the state guidelines are.
Okay.
All right, I'll take a motion from a board member to accept to accept E1C, redefined kennel.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 5-0. E1D, zoning ordinance text amendment, kennel by special exception. Mr. Zodi.
Okay, for once, I'm going to recommend a special exception permit for, actually, this is going to be applicable, the boarding kennels will be only through special exception. And I proposed the following districts, A1, C1, general business, light industrial, and general industrial. And just from my experience volunteering for various shelters and stuff in Southwest Virginia, I can tell you that that having one outside of a residential area is a good thing, because they have bark silencers that aren't always effective, and especially.
So this is for that commercial person
Yes, sir.
accepting your dog while you're on vacation?
Yes. Yes, sir. And I just felt it was fair to the adjacent property owners that they wouldn't have that unnecessary risk. And if I did have a person, a prospect, looking to put one in A1, a kennel, then I would have to send out notification letters to all the adjacent property owners and give them the opportunity to speak on how they feel about it. And once again, this was approved 10-0 by the Planning Commission on March 17th.
All right, I'll take a motion from a board member to open a public hearing on E1D, zoning ordinance text amendment kennel by special exception.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We're in a public hearing. Does anybody wish to speak on this matter? Seeing none, I'd like a motion to close E1D.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we're out of public hearing. Is there any board discussion?
I have none, Mr. Chairman.
No.
No.
All right, I'll take a motion to approve the zoning ordinance text amendment E1D kennel by special exception.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, 5-0.
Okay, thank you, Board.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, of course, Dr. Cole said he wasn't going to say anything during the meeting. He's talking to somebody now. Do y'all want to ask him any questions or clarify, some of the things he thinks about doing?
Thank you for coming to Nottoway. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Don't have any questions.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
A special thank you to Mr. Zodi to answer some much relieved questions Dr. Cole and myself had while he was out of town, man. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Kelly helped a little bit with that too, Mr. Toad.
Absolute abundance of amount.
Right.
She sure did. He's already got farmers following him out, give him some business, some continued business.
All right.
All right, we've got one more public hearing. This is going to be E2, Burkeville Boundary Line Adjustment. The board is familiar with this. We looked at it several months ago, and we sent it back to Burkeville to get full buy-in from their citizens. I'll take a motion to open a public hearing on the Burkeville Boundary Line Adjustment.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we're in a public hearing for the Burkeville Boundary Line Adjustment.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if anybody can speak forward against it. I don't see anybody come up to the podium, so I just want to throw this in them. Town Councilman Member Brian Welch is here to answer any questions or concerns. I think the biggest concern was Mr. Wilson's property, and they changed that line, so it's not in the town of Burkeville. That's a little dip right there. Yep. And I think that was really the biggest change. Brian said he was here. There he is over in the corner. Anyway, if you got any questions, he's over there.
Well, I don't see anybody coming up to speak, and the board was satisfied with our last discussion by sending it back, that we not have discussions here that could be resolved in the town, and it looks like the town did that at the board's request.
Mr. Chairman, I move to close the public hearing.
I second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we're out of public hearing. Any further board discussion?
I have none, Mr. Chair.
I have none.
Norton?
Push.
I will take a motion to accept accept E2 Burkeville boundary line adjustment.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We're 5-0.
Chief,
Any need for a roll
I
call? on
appreciate
that?
the town doing that.
I don't think there's any need for a roll call on that. is there?
No, I don't think so. I think, just be aware that I've gotten an email from the town manager of Crew, and I'm gonna have it in your, the town of Crew is looking for a boundary line adjustment. So we'll have that in a work session probably.
Blackstone's also.
Yeah, Blackstone's on down the pike too, but I think we're gonna try to put Crew on a work session in May.
Okay.
All right, that concludes the public hearings section, and we're now into presentations, departmental reports.
No presentations.
Yeah, no, we don't have any presentations.
Yes, sir.
Virginia Department of Transportation. Says Jason Yallery, but it doesn't look like.
No, this is.
That looks
Aaron
like
French.
Mr. Aaron French.
Aaron?
We thought because they got rid of him.
There's the
Aaron.
man.
I am very professionally and personally glad to be back after my time in Ashland. I was working in all of the land development going on in Hanover, Goochland, many counties north of Richmond. So glad to be back. Getting caught up on some things in the area. The roundabout at Main Gate, Fort Pickett. We did not get any good bids. We had one bid for that project that we did not accept, so we've re-advertised that project for construction bids. It closes on May 29th, so fingers crossed we get.
Just curious, what do you think the reason why is it the time that they're doing that roundabout? You're asking too close of a time frame, or what do you think is happening
I
now?
don't think it's the time. I think that part of it is that we advertised a lot of projects throughout this entire district and region at the same time, and so the contractors are kind of picking on choosing on where they
Okay.
go. The same one that bid there has bid a lot of contracts in this area. They're a good contractor, but.
Okay.
Our annual resurfacing contracts are well underway in the county. That is the slurry seal contracts are doing quite a bit in Burkeville. Our surface treatment on various secondary routes, portion of 307 and a good portion of 153 and some of 460 will be done this year as well. There has been some changes. Normally in past years I've sent out the 2-week look-aheads for the resurfacing schedule of some of our ways that our contractors report on their schedules. We're not doing that this year. However, I'm very happy to send out a list of routes that are getting resurfaced this year.
Okay.
We are working with our partners to the west in Prince Edward. Following the slight county line adjustment, we'll be moving some of the county line signs here in the next few weeks or so. It's just a handful of roads that were affected by that change.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, while you're talking about that, is there, and I know we mentioned this a while back, but what do we need to do to make a formal request for the beautification of 360-460 corridor down there?
So we've got a beautification program. It involves local partners, local businesses, as well as the board to do beautification projects. So from a maintenance standpoint, what we typically do at the residency, we don't have the funding for, large beautification and landscaping. It's typically just the mowing and trimming. So a lot of the beautification projects that you see are funded through public-private partnerships where a business will sponsor an area and help pay for the additional landscaping outside of the typical mowing and tree trimming.
Signage, is that included or?
If the business that sponsors the area typically does get a sign placed in the right of way saying, whatever business sponsors this area. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Can we get that process basically forwarded to us so we can look into that? Talking to Crew in Burkeville, the western side of Nottoway is ready to grow. It's been ready. Just let's get that process going if we can.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
We appreciate your help on that.
And I think that's a good candidate area for them as well.
Yeah. And Steve, did they have anything to do with the signage for the animal shelter?
Well, that's what I was going to ask.
Okay.
We've talked about the signage.
Okay.
We're getting ready to move in probably in the next couple of months.
Okay.
So we'd like one on the 360-460 corridor and then one up Agnew Street in Burkeville.
I will take a look at the new location and put together a signage plan and send it out for review.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The boundary line adjustment that he mentioned was what we discussed last year in the survey, correct?
You talking about Burton?
Yes, no. The county boundary line adjustment was from Prince Edward.
Yes, that's
Yeah, that
in
was from
regards to
last
the
year.
in regards to Prince Edward's service.
Yeah, it kind of confirmed Steve was in Prince
That's what I was
Edward.
gonna ask, but I won't say you did, you dirty dog.
But you know,
Bless you, Steve, how you doing this
I
evening?
was looking, since you brought that up, I was looking at the dumpster. A gentleman on Burke's Tavern has a dumpster, and I need to get one at the animal shelter. I don't need a bigger one because it'll draw flies. I got to get something with a cover on it. So I'm trying to figure out how to get that set down there. And while I was there meeting with Mr. King, who's the owner of Burke's Tavern, and owns one part of the Burke's Tavern, of course, Miss Farrell owns the other side. There's a brass plate in the road that shows where the Nottoway and Prince Edward line is put in. And Burke's Tavern, where I saw you getting up cows one day, evidently that's in Prince Edward.
Well, if you remember, that was one,
And so we've always claimed that as one of our historical sites.
that was one of the, I thought that was one of the bone of contention when we did this, that they told us we could keep we would have Burke's Tavern.
I think it's there, but if you go to and I don't know if they're allowed to put that in the road, but there's a brass plate.
let's get it
There's
up.
Timmons. It's a brass plate there, and it's marked. And I took a picture of it. It's sitting in the middle of the road, it's out on the road, and it says Nottoway here and Prince Edward here.
Is it a new marker or?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I think the Timmons group put it in there.
They probably
I think
did.
you were still continuing, Mr. France?
But anyway, interesting.
Yes.
Depending on our weather this weekend, hopefully we get some rain. If not, we'll be putting a big focus out on getting our dirt roads washed down in the next week. Been getting quite a few complaints with the weather as dry as it is. Due to the dryness, we're thinking about pushing our mowing until next month. Grass is looking pretty good across the county so far. We're gonna keep an eye on any trouble areas we have from a sight distance perspective though until we do start mowing. Next, I will take a couple minutes to review our secondary 6-year plan. It is that time of the year again. Looking to advertise this plan in early May and have the public hearing at the May meeting. So in front of you, you do have a copy of the draft plan for FY32. The funding largely remained flat throughout this plan. Year to year, there are some adjustments. There was hardly any this year. With at the end of the plan year in 32, we've got $36,873 being added to the plan in tele-fee funding, and $39,602 being added to the plan in unpaved road money for another rural rustic project. We got top two projects in the plan are tied together. Williamson Road Rural Rustic Project. That road in project is fully funded. We plan to get construction authorization in the next couple of weeks. We've got the equipment basically sitting waiting to go on that road. So those two line items are in this plan. Just because we haven't started that project yet, they'll be closed out in the next plan year. After that, we have Barnes Lane, the Rural Rustic Project. It will be done with funding in FY28, so we'll probably move to construction summer of 28 on that project. After that, we've got Hawthorne Drive, and that will be done with funding in FY31, so summer 31 we'll probably go to construction on that project. And after that, we've got the last 2 years in the plan, FY31 and 32, we've got funding going to the balance entry account for future secondary projects. So the board does have an opportunity to add a project to start being funded in those out years of the plan. Making the recommendation that we keep the plan as it is for this year because this is the draft and the window to make changes has already closed. So I've talked with administration and kind of come up with a plan that in the May meeting we'll discuss some potential new projects to add to the plan that I'll add next year, and we won't have to have a work session or anything next year. They'll be go ahead and write in the plan. And in the next week or so, I'll send out a list of candidate projects, basically dirt roads that qualify for rural rustics. They've got to have 50 vehicles a day or higher on them. I've got a list I'll share so the board can have a look and be well informed before our May meeting. Outside of that, we've got the telecommunications money. All of that in the plan for the county is going to this balance entry account. So we've got $255,000 of carryover and then $37,000 a year for the next 6 years. So the county and VDOT, we should begin working together to identify a project in the next couple of years for a secondary roadway project. It can be anything outside of a dirt road. We can do a dirt road with it, but we try to aim for safety improvement, clear zone improvement, realignment kind of projects to identify and fix safety areas as well.
The animal shelter is just a driveway, correct? The hard surface is Agnew.
Yeah.
We're just a driveway?
Yeah, that's something we were going to talk about probably today. I missed the last meeting, and I kind of yielded to Mr. Ingram on that. They wanted, our address there is 406, I'll say our address, I'm not there, but the county's building, is North Agnew Street. And there was,
That's right.
there was some.
406, I think.
406, but there's some discussion of changing,
Yeah.
getting with the town of Burkeville to change that name of that road because of the address.
Well, see, it has no name, right, Mike? It has no name. So,
Oh, it's not really North Agnew Street.
well, what happened was, yeah. Yeah, what happened, Mike Gentry said the other day that he put that address on there so that they would know where to bring the construction materials and everything.
Okay.
So we've got a 911 post out by the hard surface.
We don't have any.
I don't see a
no,
911
we can't dial 911 yet. There.
But
Well, that's
where-
the problem.
But
That's the problem.
that's where the address is being generated.
Well,
It's right there at that entrance.
Mike can probably speak to this too, but that was a discussion with Mike Gentry that right now he put that address on there so that they could deliver the construction materials and know where to turn on Agnew Street to get there. There's discussion with Lux Stone about getting Crusher Run for the driveway up to the animal shelter. There's also discussion about signage and that type of thing. But nobody has, there's no name for that road. Now,
Yeah.
there's places where people could put businesses there. If that happened, then you'd have to pretty much have a name and have an address. But right now, what they're using for address is what Mike Gentry put down there at the road so that people would know where to come.
So if I understand you correct, what y'all asking is to have that driveway basically labeled.
As Boswell Drive.
Right.
That would be
The
good.
business
Well,
stop-
we discussed that,
That would be great.
Sure.
But yeah, we want to go ahead and have that road maybe possibly added to this rural rustic where the state can come in and have it where it's 2 lanes safely, ditch lines maintained and, paved.
Is that portion of the roadway in state, is it state maintained?
No.
No.
It would have to be gifted. Will y'all accept a gift?
So,
That's what I'm saying. How do we get to that point?
okay, so there's 2 different ways we can do it, and it depends on when it was originally constructed. So if it's been historically a privately or preferably a county-maintained road and it was constructed before sometime in the mid-60s, it qualifies for our rural addition, not rural rustic, but rural addition
So
program.
I know that a lot of times VDOT has to approve a business locating. And so John had said, we've got some extra land up there. If somebody that sees the animal shelter there and says, well, this would be a good place for my small business, it'd be more difficult for us to get approvals if we didn't have some type of agreement with you, or, so for economic development, it'd be prudent to start that
Yes, sir.
now. Okay.
It is a problem. When we were starting the renovation of animal shelter, we had to get power up there. And Dominion Power was sending the bill to North 406th Street to
North
Agnew that we didn't even know about.
Right.
All right, so nobody paid the bill because
No
it didn't come
mailbox
here.
down there.
And we had contractors out there working, and they were sawing, and the Dominion came up here and pulled a meter, and all the saws said brrr. And I got a call and said, man, we got your power. I was like, well, what happened? So that's what happened. It was, I don't know, it's kind of like no man's land. I hate to say it right now.
Mr. Zodi, could you put that on your agenda to start looking at what needs to happen with Mr. French?
Well, I asked a question the other day, when we had a meeting, about the lot behind the animal shelter. And when it said that somebody had purchased that or was
It was
going
for
off the market.
sale. I don't know.
Have they closed on that?
It's for sale.
They've closed on it. Okay.
You
the
you
property
notice
right
the
there.
sign is down off the road.
Okay.
I don't know.
I saw they
I
cut
shouldn't
grass
ask.
So
up
we
there,
might
too.
be having activity already.
So outside of the rural addition the road's got to be a certain age, and that's revenue sharing. So the county would have to contribute funding to that to bring that road up, basically upgrade it to state standard and bring it into the system.
Just remember, it's in the town of Burkeville.
And Luckstone,
It is in the town of Burkeville.
maybe Luckstone could sponsor it for a sign on the
Highway, they-
entrance to Nottoway County Animal.
Well,
Well,
see, hopefully Luckstone's gonna donate the Crusher
So
Run
we
up
could give
there.
them, so we give them a sign.
yeah, don't say anything. Luckstone might be on our side right now. Don't want to mess it.
Yeah, don't.
but-
Hey,
I-
Mr. Welch had his hand up. Did you want to speak while Mr. French was up, or
I dealt with some of that a couple years ago when I was town manager.
about the,
If you want me to give it to you afterwards, I can. Give you the information I need.
this was about the roads?
In the
Okay.
town.
So Greg,
If the town,
speak with Nancy.
I guess the thing is that what y'all are talking about makes sense. We talked about it 4 or 5 years ago, put the street name on it, because all of that property now, with three-phase power and
Water, sewer.
Right.
water, sewer, all that, it's ready for economic development.
And for the sake of economic development, really, what I can see happening, and probably this, a smoother process and lower cost to
Right.
the town and county would be have, you know, a company come in there and that roadway improvement be part of their site plan and submit the roadway through secondary acceptance. And, you know, there's some considerations to that
So
requirement.
have a prospect and then have them work with us too, okay.
It can even be, you know, a group of companies, that are gonna do a site plan together, multiple businesses do the roadway. That's really a good way to do it, because we get a set of plans ahead of time. We know how it's gonna be constructed from an engineering perspective. We have an inspector out there. We know we're getting a good product at the end of the day, and we add it in the system from there. There's some considerations with the secondary, but you can do exceptions and waivers as well, so.
Chairman, it's a good idea, because there's 80-some acres we might can do something with similar to this.
And
All right.
if you're gonna have to rezone the 80 acres, anybody that would be coming in there, if you could require some sort of traffic impact analysis, it's gonna
Of it.
impair the roadway, that sort of thing, yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask Aaron a question, please.
Yes.
Aaron, and all the hundreds of pages we get, I may have missed it, but I see on here, plans with outstanding comments under review. Nicomedia Steel Facility, Route 607 Jenningstown Road, site plan for proposed commercial facility. Anybody know about that?
It's, down behind that, what's the name of that store, Bo?
Jen's on there. I mean,
Candy Town, Candyland.
Evans Market.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
Oh, yeah, beside the railroad track. Now I remember.
Yeah.
I do remember now.
okay,
The name of the road threw you off, and it threw me off when you asked me. Yeah, I remember now.
okay.
Right beside the railroad track.
We also gave conditions when we did the rezoning from conservation to,
so Paul reviewed it while he was off.
yeah,
on another mission.
he re-reviewed it because I finally got plans for it. And so he did his review again, all very good on it.
I think it's 4 acres right there.
That's gonna be, that's what Nikki's
Yeah, 4 acres
house
on
is
it.
gonna be, right behind that, on the other side of the railroad tracks, on the south side of the tracks. But they're gonna do, metal fabrication. That's fine.
All right. Anything else, Mr. French? Anything from other board members?
No, sir, if there's no comments or questions.
Thank
on
you,
this
sir.
plan,
All right.
we'll have-
Thank you, sir. Good to see you.
But, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, when you give that list of the roads that you identified, can you give a list of the board, maybe the roads that y'all have done, completed for the last, I don't know, 3 or 4 years? Because some of those, the previous board may approve, and some of these board members don't know some of the roads that has been repaired, so we don't relive it, that kind of
Sure thing.
thing. All right.
Have a good evening.
You too. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. All right, we're going to have more department reports. Anybody else here that you see that's going to want to speak? We've got Dr. Martin. Anybody above her?
No, I don't think so.
All right.
Dr.
Martin?
While she's on the way up here, we are on the solid waste part. We are come on up and we can talk about solid waste while Dr. Bond comes up here. So,
I don't think that's my department.
no, I know. So,
You're doing so well that we might
but
need your help.
we are working, we're trying to save money again out there. The articulate truck, we're trying to get out the contract for, we got a 20-ton articulate truck. It's costing over $100,000 a year, and trying to get a 10-ton for a whole lot cheaper, and possibly used one. So I'm hoping you'll see some more. I'm hoping trying to get that numbers down, get that number out the red and to the black, but it's hard to get there from here. Anyway, okay, thank you.
Every little bit helps.
Thank you. Sorry about that, Dr. Martin.
Oh, you're going to do my report?
No, no, ma'am, I'm not.
This is Nottoway County School Board. Dr. Martin?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and Mr. Bowen. So this evening, I'm going to be quick, but I am going to tell you a story. It's not about markets.
I thought he had gotten married and had children.
It's a story about Madeline. So this evening, I just want to share with you that we were very honored this week. Madeline Duffy, one of our special education teachers at the high school, was named Regional Teacher of the Year. That's out of 12 school divisions in our region. It's a huge honor for us. It's the first time anyone from Nottoway County Public Schools has been recognized as a Regional Teacher of the Year. She's homegrown. She came through the school system. She still lives in Blackstone, Nottoway County, so we're very fortunate to have her with us. And the great things that she does, her and Miss Moreno with the Cougar Cafe. They're kind of the ones that spearheaded that. And so she was recognized this week. She will go ahead and represent not just Nottoway County, but our whole region for the State Teacher of the Year, which is named May 5th in Richmond. So it's 8 regions, so 1 in 8 chance there. So I know she's got an interview with them and some things coming up, but we are really proud of her and the work that she does, as well as all of our teachers across the division. So that was really my highlight tonight, because I don't want to take anything from her, because we are incredibly proud of her and the work that she's done. And thank you for the continued support for the Board of Supervisors to the school division. I know Mr. Bowen said you may have a question later on, possibly about the audit.
Yeah.
Because I am going to slip out after this, because I'm going to my volunteer job of going back to cook French fries in the concession stand at the ball field, where I spend most nights during the week. And so they were a little short-handed tonight, and they were like, Marcia, how long are you going to be gone? And I'm like, promise, I'm coming back to cook French fries, I promise.
Right.
So I did not know if you had a question.
Well, no, the
or any
audit,
questions.
well, they got the audit, just got it today, and that's in front of them. I expect they're not going to vote on tonight, and if they got questions, they'll send it to me.
Yeah,
So,
but I will clarify the one thing that you
Okay.
said in there, and the one thing that probably does need to be outlined. I noticed the school's audit went up a little bit for our student activity funds account. We pay that ourselves back
Right.
to the county for that. However, they were supposed to separate out the Amelia Nottoway Technical Center, and that is not listed out in there, so you may want to ask them
Okay.
to spell that out, because we're going to need to bill the technical center for their part of the audit separately.
So when you see that total, just know that the school is going to reimburse us some back. with
For
that.
our school activity
Yeah, put-
funds, yes. That's a separate audit for
Okay.
us.
But I'm hoping they'll get to vote on it maybe next week or something. We'll see. But because I need an auditor.
Right.
Okay.
Any other questions about the
I want to get with you sometime about Galoobic Stadium.
Okay. Nothing's happening with Galoobic, to dispel that myth right now. There have been conversations about what needs to be done and looking at other options as a possibility, because there is a significant list of ADA requirements that have to take place at Galoobic to bring it up to standards. So we're just now starting to go through there and look at all those things, and just have conversations about what does the future hold and where does it hold. But I can dispel that nothing is changing yet, or it's conversations about looking at what's best, and then of course looking at the ADA report and what we will have to do to bring it up to compliance.
I can make
I'll
a
get with you.
guess.
I'll get
We
with
can
you
talk about all
sometime.
those ADA
Right.
things.
But you know what's interesting is I don't know any other stadiums around. I mean, it's not many stadiums left like that. You know, was closed in like that. You know, that's kind of
Yeah,
a unique jewel.
It's a gem is what it is.
It's
Right.
definitely
wrong
a
with you on
gem
that,
for the county and the school division as well. You know, and even for us to even consider moving to another, it's work that would have to be done to even, to have to build something else. So it's right now just, okay, what is cost, benefit, all of those type of things and stuff like that, so.
Building things, oh, hell, we're going to get good at building things. Hang around.
I just need an
get
HVAC
great at
system. I had 3 more leaks yesterday, so,
It's in the works.
but that's it for me this evening.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Marcia.
thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mark.
You know, when I was in the 7th grade, we laid that grass out there. Do you remember that, Miss Wooten?
I remember it
We
very
laid all
well.
that grass out there. You know, that was.
That was my first year as head coach.
Oh, okay.
We laid that grass.
Greg, planning and economic development, did you have anything?
I supervised.
I know there was one item, you and I spoke yesterday.
Yes, I wanted to give you all an update very quickly that the Planning Commission has 2 public hearings ahead of the Ample Forum. Public hearing on the 21st. One of them is the rezoning for the old Cox Road lumberyard. I've been speaking to Gary Deal. He's one of the owners of Blackstone Rentals LLC, and a guy who builds custom pallets for shipping out of the area. They're coming to the Planning
As
Commission.
you cross railroad tracks and you're leaving Blackstone on your right,
Yes, sir.
you have a prospect for that?
Yes.
Great.
The second one that we spoke about is not on the agenda yet. I'll call Mr. Brown out in West Virginia tomorrow and talk to him more. But I do have a prospect interested in purchasing land that Bill Stevens, I forgot the gentleman's name. He owns about 5 acres next
Ronnie
to the.
Williams,
Thank you.
it's the former Williams Electric building that Virginia Tech owns. There's a residual 5 acres there.
Yes, and that was it. And I've only had one prospect in almost 5 years, and he backed off. But a gentleman called me yesterday, and he was interested in this piece of property to be. I told him it needed to be rezoned because he wants to do logging staging at that site, to where people would come in and just set their logs down, and then somebody else would come pick them up and ship them. He said it's just ridiculous, and he's near the Beckley area and stuff. But that'll probably be on our might be on our May agenda for the Planning Commission. The last one I have is the other public hearing we have next Tuesday night is for the property that Brian Wright used to own off of Lewiston Plank Road. It's kind of in between Lewiston Plank Road and then the 360 interchange. He's a gentleman, I believe he's out of Richmond. But it's going to be I'm saying service station because the ordinance says convenience stores cannot have petroleum sales. I'm going to fix that in our definition. So it's a service station, is the special exception permit. Excuse me. And it will be in the town of Burkeville boundaries. But I wanted to go ahead and get this passed because that land has been sitting vacant, and I remember speaking to Mr. Wright several years ago about this particular. But it'll have a convenience. I'm reviewing the site plan now, and I think that it's Mr. Henson, Paul Henson with VDOT. He'll be at both our meetings next week, by the way.
Okay.
I asked him to attend because of some of the traffic issues. But he's okay with it. He gave me a long list of the findings and, his recommendations and whatnot. So that'll be coming to you all, that and the lumberyard will be coming to you all in May, at your May. Okay. But I just wanted to let you all know about
that was some of the area you were talking about as far as beautification, isn't it? Or were you talking about further west?
Well, no, it's the actual 364, 60 where they come together. So it was,
Just before they come together.
Yes.
yeah.
So you get both.
So it
Between the
start
two.
there and come all the way
Yep.
through.
This will
would
be-
benefit Crew and Burkeville both.
Yeah, and it's going to be right across the road, right across Lewiston Plank Road from Frito-Lay. And there's like a area in the southwest section of the site, more toward 460, to where they're going to have a huge sediment basin there because it slopes and drops way down. But
Did you ever get a hold of the Frito-Lay owners in regards to the rest of their residual land? Are they marketing that, or
no, I just know that that property is where Frito-Lay sits. It's its own property, and then the adjacent property, and they all got notifications. But for
you
this,
didn't hear anything from them about getting on your
I
list?
can, let me reach out to them.
Well, if there's something happening,
Yeah.
let them know, hey, we've gotten a new prospect. Is your land available to be marketed?
Certainly, I'll add that to my list.
Yeah. Okay.
That's all I have.
Hey, do you care to speak on any of the anticipating potential 3 applications for the May 19th meeting? You just did 1 or 2, but I see at 2A, special exception for a guest house at a long-standing violation, or we just gonna talk about that then? Site on Spainville Road?
Is that the
Tent.
stable? That's a stable?
Yes.
I think it's the tent, ain't it?
Okay, that's all you had to say, Mr. Toth.
Sir?
This has been a longstanding issue. It's probably been around for about 10, 15 years or so, but somebody has a property that's about 6, 7 acres, something like that, but they have a main house, and then they have 2 guest houses.
Is that right at the entrance to Spain, on your right?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Oh,
sir.
okay.
And what I'm doing,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Toth, what I'm doing is that we aren't sure about the plumbing or if they ever received inspections for the 2 outbuildings that
Oh, okay.
have bathrooms and whatnot.
It was sold to them as that,
And,
marketed as that.
right, and he didn't know how to start going, and Melissa our permit technician did a great job of explaining to him. Then I went out there twice to talk to him. There's sort of a language barrier, but I think there's a way we could, I told him, first of all, he has to get in touch with Virginia Department of Health before I carry anything forward, because I don't want to bring anything to you where there's.
You don't have somebody in the county that could help you with the language barrier? It's a nice-looking property. They take care of it.
It is, it's very nice. I'd have to
You know what I
explain
thought you were
social
speaking of, Mr. Zodi? If you go further down that road, somebody's been living in a tent down there for a number of years. And I would say that's probably a long-standing violation.
I might need a deputy for that one.
Yeah,
Let's
and it
all
may be
offer-
legal. They may call themselves not permanent residents. I thought that's what you were speaking of. That's the reason I asked.
But this one,
Okay.
and I think there's a way we can work around to bring some revenue into the county if they get all the septic
Well,
fixed.
he's running a state, he's selling livestock.
And I think it'd be good if we could look at it from a recreational perspective, for some short-term lodging and everything, since they have those 2 houses. But those 2 houses have to be inspected and given a CO before we can proceed.
So
And I've explained it.
you don't know that they were ever given CO?
Yeah, we
just
have
kind
no
of-
evidence that they
They
did.
just kind of appeared, okay.
Okay.
So, but Bo, if there's something down there, we'll go in and investigate that, look at it, because we had the same problem at General Toe Road, and
Okay.
but you had to go over and fix that, you'd be surprised, so.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, she's not here as far as social services go, but we do have some, it wasn't in your package, but it was added to your package. It's 2 emails, one from Shannon Reed. It's about, one of them is about John Rourke's term. John, I don't know if you see that one or not.
Yeah.
You got that one? He can be appointed another term, be filled unexpired, and it explains that. Do y'all want to have discussion to see if y'all want to keep John and don't have a discussion here? Or how do y'all want to do it? You may put it on the agenda for next month, but maybe it might be on the day that John has therapy and whatever you're doing, John, I don't know, anyway.
No, so what we can do is we can actually change that date, because what has been interfering with is the importance of the rescue squad that Bo and I have been attending. It's on the same day. So what we're
Oh, yeah, it probably is, isn't it?
Yeah, so if that committee, for some reason, the advisory committee, goes away for any reason, then it won't be a conflict, but the request is going to be to change the,
Meeting date.
one of the meetings from one of those, because both of them is just as important, and, we got a good team together over there with the Social Services Board, and we work very well together. I would like to remain on that board, if the board so chooses.
Y'all can vote on that.
As long as the attendance, if that change is made, and then you're able to
That's right.
participate.
That's right, so we're working on that now.
All right.
Yeah, I think, what do we have it's a second Tuesday or something, right, I got you.
And it's at the exact same time, 4 o'clock.
So you like a Tuesday, so it would have to be either in the evening or in the morning. So you guys are gonna work that out? Do you wanna?
Well, either the committee, it's probably easier for the squad's advisory board.
Than it is a social
to potentially
Change that.
change that.
Yeah, that can be done.
Because that is just.
So
that's
you've got
temporary.
about 2 weeks before you expire. Expires 5 of, it doesn't have a day on it.
That's right.
So May of 2022.
And we got a
Or
special call
2026.
meeting for the 4th anyway, which that doesn't interfere with anything.
Well, it's expires, I'm sorry, for 2026.
Yeah.
So this month.
Yeah. So in order for me to,
Can we vote on it? No, if,
Yeah, I mean, go ahead if you want to. That way I don't have to, I think, and that's why it's not in your package. I didn't get the email until the April 14th Tuesday this week.
I'll take a motion for
Let me see
Mr.
the minute, Steve.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll take a motion for Mr. Rourke to remain on social services representing Nottoway County.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that being said, the scheduling needs to be worked out so that we do
yeah,
have,
I'm gonna get
so
with
your
David
attendance
and
is-
Evie and
All right.
Bo as well about the other one.
The second one on social services is from Ms. Reed. That's also attached to you somewhere. Was given on the 14th. That is from the Department of Social Services Board Chairman. They're asking for $1,000 per employee for a bonus for retention. The Budget Committee, I can give this to the Budget Committee. I want you to be aware of it. The Budget Committee, I think we're trying to get them together. Andrew's been working on it. I think trying to get y'all together. I say budget, finance, Wednesday, maybe. Is that? I think she might have reached out to y'all.
She did.
And anyway, they can review that. But just so you know, the state is requiring us, not asking us, requiring us that these people are going to get a 2% bonus plus a 2% increase. 2% bonus in June, 2%, and we're planning to put it in the budget because it's mandated.
Yeah.
So anyway, which is very unusual. To think about it, they're telling us to do something in June, and we develop our budget back in July. You understand? That's going to come out this fiscal year.
They
Anyway,
got plenty of money, we don't.
yeah, the state. I don't know, y'all. It's anyway.
But if something with this, it's the local money coming from the general fund would only be like the $32.55.
Well, yeah, she
Yeah.
did the math. I haven't done it. It's out of the local fund. It'd be $3,255 for each employee to get a $1,000 bonus. But other departments might be coming to you. So,
do for one, do for all.
right, I don't know. That's what we'll be aware of it. Anyway.
If y'all don't mind taking, when they get the committee together to look at that $32.55, I mean, compared to what they do and what they're working against, you got some of the same social services departments, neighboring county to county, that are a little bit higher and trying to pull these people. And
Yep.
these people, and I will say this, and I'll say this respectfully, it's no knock to the other departments around in other counties in the state. What Shannon has been able to retain there, it's just been phenomenal, but it goes to speak to her leadership. You know, and there's people that will stay just because how well this department is now run.
Right. And that's what she did say. If you read that letter, it's about retention.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Yeah, I saw that.
And it's one time.
All right. But just a note here, because I know,
That's right.
I know, Mr. Rock, you get on me. That's not a cut.
That's right. That's right.
I believe Mr. Hyde next.
All right.
Sir, Mr. Hyde is here.
We'll keep that active so y'all know what's happening with that.
Sir.
Sorry about that, buddy. I didn't mean to get into you
Oh,
in
no,
your way
not
there.
a problem, sir. Mr. Chair, members of the board, Mr. Bowen, staff, citizens, good evening. It's your board packet contains my report as usual, and I just have a few highlights for you tonight. And at the very end of that, would have an action item for you that's in your packet for you to consider tonight for action. For that, just want to mention that we have a boundary response meeting with Prince Edward on the 22nd, which wasn't in this last report I gave you. We just put this together. We're going to be meeting the two sheriffs, two emergency coordinators for Prince Edward and Nottoway, and Brian Welch, Fire Chief of Burkeville. We're going to all meet and just discuss, what that alignment means to the driveways and the homes that are affected by that. We want to make sure that our public safety answering point, i.e. the 911 centers, are working in sync with those changes. So that's going to be on the 22nd. And we're going to do that at the Burkeville Fire Station. They're kind of coming over. We'll meet them in the middle. All right, the next item is on May 5th.
Just stop there one second. I know back during that time, One of the concerns that was relayed to me was the length of response time for a squad coming out of Prince Edward compared to coming out of Burkeville.
That is correct.
That's a big difference, isn't it?
It
It is a
is
big
correct.
difference.
That is a big difference. And that's something we're going to be discussing, Mr. Collins, is an agreement, and I think the two sheriffs are also going to look at that from the standpoint of if the arrest is made somewhere. And that's not in my lane, but Sheriff Jones and I have talked
Right,
about that.
I knew that was a topic that I got
Right,
contacted
those are
about.
issues we want to go ahead and make sure we're good moving forward, both with fire, EMS, and law enforcement. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay. On May 5th, Supervisor Toth and myself, along with Farm Bureau members, have been working on a bovine emergency response class. In other words, a large animal rescue type class to where we train responders. And this is hosted by Farm Bureau. Their instructors come in, and we're coming in after the Winchester rollover of help me out, Mr. Toth, was it cattle or horses in Winchester?
Cattle.
It was cattle. And in Winchester, this happened, so they have traveled to Winchester already last week to teach this class. Now they're coming to Nottoway on May 5th, and they're leaving us and going to Moneta and a few other locations around Virginia. So they're really busy instructor cadre. But Mr. Toth is going to provide the trailers or have friends to provide the trailers, as well as 10 head of cattle. And, of course, we're going to have Farm Bureaus serving lunch for everyone and using Yoda's Market for that. And we're going to be having the Crew Fire Station. Thank you, Chief Chenep, for letting us have the Crew Fire Station for the daytime, for the morning classroom. And then we're going to be going to Sayside Livestock Market, Mr. Toth's operation, on the afternoon to do the practical. So we're all looking forward to that. It was up to 35 people registered just a couple of days ago, and we're going to cap it at 50.
And those people, buddy, I might add, are coming from a lot of distance. Right. They've got Chesterfield, Powhatan, and there was one way off.
Some Amelia, I believe, New Kent. New Kent's coming, right.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot of counties represented. A lot of animal control officers are coming from various counties, including ours. Ms. Estes and Ms. Seymour are coming to the class for us.
Farm Bureau, Virginia Beef Council, a couple of the sponsors of it as well.
Invite the Watts family. They got that big rotator. Would it be good for them to do that?
Watts. Oh, yeah, you know, that'd be a good idea. That's a pregnant idea.
Yeah.
Get up with Ray Watts and invite him to come.
Yeah, we had discussed that.
Okay, because he's got the
I think some of the
rotator.
guys in crew were going to mention it to him to go ahead and register.
Okay.
Because we want to be able to look at wrecker and recovery, towing and recovery, in case we had to lift a cow or a horse.
Or a trail off his side back up.
Correct. Either one. And probably in this case, for the class, it would be more about the trailers. You know, being able to dismantle the trailers, how would you cut a trailer? And we're not actually going to cut Mr. Toth's trailers, but we're going to look at where you would and how to dismantle if you have a rollover.
We'll have to buy a new
Very
one.
good. Well, thanks to everyone for helping put that together. I think I mentioned to
Don't you have
everyone.
one in the bushes somewhere?
It's hard to believe
they
that
don't
1 month ago tonight is when the 70-mile-per-hour winds hit Crew. So that was 1 month ago tonight, and that was in the report, but I just wanted to remind everybody, you know, everybody's roof was put back on probably within a week. So looking back, you know, I gave you the report at the last meeting, the after-action report, so just want to bring that back up. I think everything's going good in Crew after the storm. We attended many planning meetings, and so just want everyone listening tonight, both here and virtually, that the fireworks shows are on for Blackstone Army Airfield on July 1 and the Crew Municipal Airport on July 2nd. And we're in planning phases now for the fine-tuning of what we're going to do with traffic control, radios, fire units, EMS units, law enforcement, all of that's in the works right now, and we've been attending those meetings. Also, the U.S. Senate sent me an email confirming that they did receive our application, as I mentioned to you at the last meeting, but they did send confirmation, so that's new news. That doesn't mean we have the grant, but you know, we put in for almost $1.3 million to go toward the radio system. So we had done it through the U.S. House, now we've done it through the U.S. Senate. Just keep your fingers crossed, and all your political officials, if you can talk to them and try to, you know, tell them put in a good word for us, we've done that as well. We also had two drills since the last board meeting. They went well. We had a full emergency shelter activation drill at Burkeville Elementary on March the 23rd, and the American Red Cross and Shannon's Department of Social Services. Kudos, just like Mr. Rourke mentioned earlier, kudos to Shannon Reed and her team. She has a shelter team that's outside of her normal day-to-day. They train, and when I call her during an emergency, they activate. So they practiced, we all practiced as a team, and the Red Cross was phenomenal in putting that on. Also, we had another drill which went well. This was our second active shooter drill in the past year, actually third. This one was just like the first one we did, where we had multiple casualties simulated. We were able to get the Old Dominion EMS Alliance out of Richmond to come out and put the makeup on the students. We had 23 students, I believe it was, to come back during spring break and actually participate to be victims. I think everybody enjoyed the drill. We knew it was all simulation, but it was very realistic. And so we had fire, EMS, law enforcement being the lead on that. And of course, Matt Spencer and myself worked in the command post together for the third time, so we're starting to really get this down as a unified command of multiple agencies. We also participated in live fire training day at the training center on Rocky Bump Road, the one that we are partnering now with Town of Blackstone on. All the fire departments in the county are trying to do quarterly live fire, where we actually put the fire in the building. We all go in together and we take turns. So that went really well on March 28th. And then last but not least, don't forget that next month at the May Board of Supervisors meeting, we're going to be giving out those Governor's Fire Service Awards to the recipients that were unable to make the February meeting in Virginia Beach. Some of us were able to go, others were not. We want to make sure they're covered, and that will be going on. And we will be having the Executive Director of Fire Programs will be here to work with you to give these out. And we'll also have a board chair from the Virginia Fire Services Board, an appointed member, and that's going to be Mr. Walt Bailey, who's also the Phoenix Fire Chief over in Charlotte County. So those two will be here at a minimum to give out those awards. We'll also have Cambridge Fire Department coming over from Lunenburg because they were unable to go to Virginia Beach. So they're going to try to, if everything's good, they'll try to come into our meeting and let it all take place at one place here in Nottoway County. So that's all I had for just the highlights. And in your board packet, I would like to bring to your attention the burning ban request. It's an ordinance to do a local emergency, and this is the same as we've done in the past. I think I've done 4 of these since I've been working here. The last one was done in '24.
This is really unfortunate because we really need some rain.
It's unfortunate,
Didn't
right.
we put theirs on yesterday or the day before?
Yeah. Well, each county, that's doing this is we're doing it for extreme drought. But one thing that we saw, we typically thought we would have rain by now. We talked about this as a fire chiefs group at our monthly meeting on the 7th of the month. And at that time, we said we wanted to monitor because we hadn't spiked in calls, whereas people like Mecklenburg and Lunenburg had been spiking. At this point, we don't want to wait any longer, and we've consulted with each other, and we are now ready to do that. We'd like to ask your approval tonight to take action, to go ahead. And you see the details in it, and I think it allows the county administrator and myself to be able to take it off when we have adequate precipitation.
So there's no expiration date, it's, you guys just say, okay, it's
Correct.
rained and.
Correct.
I've got one question to it. Do you have it there in front of you, buddy?
Yes, sir, I do.
If you turn it over and look from the 4th paragraph from the bottom, it says, "No person shall discard or dispose of any smoking materials outside unless the materials are fully extinguished." Can you put some clarification to that?
Yeah. What that means is if you're burning a brush pile or you have a barrel or something like that, you have to make sure that, it's attended, number one, but when you finish, during drought conditions, it should be fully extinguished.
Oh, so it's not restricting them from that burn barrel.
Right, the burn barrel.
It's not restricting, right, it's not.
That's a container, right. This is open burning law.
No person shall discard or dispose of any smoking material.
So if you clean the stove out inside.
So if I smoke my cigarette in my yard, I'm smoking, and you gonna come out and spray me with some water?
I don't think it's ever gone that small.
Oh, okay, I'll just ask.
Yeah, I think it's small enough in nature to where.
So that burn barrel would be fine?
I would definitely step on it.
Oh, me too.
Yeah.
And pick the butt up, because I don't like cigarette butts around.
Like most people do.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move to approve an ordinance to impose a declaration of local emergency and temporary emergency ban on the open fire burning in Nottoway County effective April 16th, 2026.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? For 5-0, where Nottoway County has got a full burn ban in effect, pending rain.
I pray to God, and many other people do, that be lifted very soon with some rain.
I think we're effective at 10 PM, because I didn't know what time the meeting might be. But what we'll do, it says in this ordinance that we'll go ahead and put it on our website. That's in here. We'll go ahead and work on that right after the meeting.
I think it ought to be put in the newspaper before you
It
go
will
charge
be.
somebody with a class 4 misdemeanor that they wasn't aware of.
Yeah, it will be. That's in here too. It's
Okay.
a print media.
Okay.
Print
Okay.
media. And Bobcat Radio along with other radio.
Okay. All right. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you, board.
Thank you, sir.
Next is me, Piedmont Regional Jail Authority. BCBR residents are holding at about 14, which was the same as it was last month, so we haven't added. The superintendent is going to add up to about 225 to 250 federal inmates to increase income. There was some good discussion amongst the county administrators on the board about a cap to their money market account. They've gotten a good reserve built up, and the finance committee is going to look and saying, okay, you've gotten your reserves, you're not going to have to ask us for repair money. We'll look for some of this funding to come back to the county, member counties. I'm sure Sheriff Jones is very supportive of money coming back to the county. That's all. Pick it apart.
No report since last week, Mr. Chairman. We do have one constitutional officer. Well, we got two here, but I didn't know if you noticed her over on the side over there. Catherine Spence, our circuit court clerk, is here. If you want to, she was supposed to be here to. She's over there hiding behind a lawyer.
That's what David's people do. Anything you just want to say hi? Just come listen. Okay. Sheriff Jones, anything? Nothing to. Moving on, we're going to unfinished business. And we've got ongoing project and committee reports. I've got a question, and Dick, you may be able to answer it. We sure do get a lot of nice donations for our animals, and Sheila puts the pictures in the book here so we can see and acknowledge the people that have donated food.
Yeah,
Is there
she's got it in there, yeah.
Yeah, is there a place at the new shelter? I don't think we use it all. I think they probably share it out amongst counties, but is there a place for good food storage? We had some mice in my wife's feed barn.
I'll yield to Mikey on that one, but yeah, it's.
We got a good, secure, pest-free place to store
Yes, there's one
feed.
designated food storage closet, and then there's another closet right adjacent to that one that's the same size that can be used for the other interior closets, or they have locked doors, or
Okay.
it's not like it's in the garage.
It's not like it's a barn like my, yeah, I went out to my wife's barn and so that's a problem.
That's a good
So,
secure location,
okay.
clean and stuff like that, so.
Okay, great. That was one question I had. Anybody else have anything on the animal shelter?
I do not, sir.
The only thing, in your package, if you look under I-1A, I hope I got that right, yeah. Bo Toth was right, so I did do that. You just said, don't, just do a boundary line adjustment so that the parking lot of the building is not in our adjacent property, so that 2 acres is ours on the left, and I think it was about $250, Bo.
Oh, good. That's
Yeah.
well
But
money
anyway,
spent.
but that line's been adjusted. Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
instead of resurveying the whole thing, all I
No.
did was move that line.
Just move that line. So
Okay.
we've got room for parking.
So I just want you to know that's there. Okay.
Yeah, and you'll see there's a road we were talking about.
Yeah.
It says private road. Now, one side is the sewer line, right, Mike? And the other side's a water line, or is that?
Right.
Yeah.
So we're limited by those.
Yeah, if you look, we got 18 feet to get the dumpster in right there, and somebody come back in, work on the HVAC, da-da-da-da. But it's a cul-de-sac, nobody's up there, but it is what it is, anyway.
I might be missing something here. I'm trying to read it, look at this thing. The right-of-way, what is the width of it?
18 feet?
No.
I heard somebody say 18, but I don't see 18.
Private road, it
No,
says 50.
I'm saying this.
50
I got
year right
18
away.
feet to go between my metal building and the cul-de-sac, that's where people turn around.
Right, so it says 50, and I can't read it because the ink is smudged. It says 50, is it yard right away? And that would be the length, that certainly wouldn't be the width. but I don't see on this survey of what the width, and it's not in none of the notes around it, of the right-of-way. It should, we need to know that,
Yeah, it should be in the deed.
but it should be on the survey as well, too.
Okay. So,
A question, Mr. Bob Timberlake about that. I'm sure he knows the answer to that, but that ought to be written in there.
it's supposed to be what now, both, say that
What,
again?
what the width,
What the width of our right-of-way.
The width of that, instead of that 50-foot, okay.
It says 50,
it says 50
But
yard,
then
and I'm
but then
thinking
there's
that's
a
from
squiggle.
the town.
I see what you're saying.
so just the width of that, between the water line and sewer line.
That would have a great effect
That'll
on
help
getting
us with
it
VDOT.
asphalt, that's right.
All right.
Okay, I'm sure Bob can answer that.
All right,
Want me to talk about the dates?
Yeah, you might want to do
Yeah,
that. I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, the CARES Committee had decided to delay their opening. They want to make sure everything's in. You know, most of the furniture's been purchased, everything else is, the washer and dryers are in and that type of thing. But they want to make sure they got everything in, so they're shooting right now for May the 30th for the grand opening. There will be some other visitation before those, 2 days before that, May the 28th and 29th. I think the board will be invited for a private deal. But they're looking at May the 30th as the grand opening. Right now, they're raring to go.
been a long time coming.
It's been a long time coming.
Yeah, it has.
That finishes one of our projects.
There you go, John.
All right, we got
River Street. Mr.
I-1B, have they signed?
Yeah, Mr. Zodi, come to this is River Street.
Yes, they signed the contract.
Number 5?
They got, what they're looking at is just my signature. They don't have, we don't have all the signatures yet, but have they signed it?
I'll need to check. I thought they were going to have their attorney.
Well, I did look and see, the second was signed. I didn't see the West Piedmont Planning District Commission signed. Ms. Kelly, would you know that off the top of your head? All 3 signatures are done. It's just I didn't have it in ready for your
Okay,
package.
so they have signed, and we're not at risk of losing our
No.
ARPA funds.
And this is the 5th Amendment,
Very good.
in case somebody's tracking that.
Yeah, well, they should be. 1C, Public Safety Radio Project. My understanding is that tower situations are slowly getting resolved.
Yes.
To be more reasonably priced. There is going to be some lease fees.
Yeah, I want kudos to Mr. Gary Elder and Cheryl, so I appreciate Gary helping us on that. We got from $8,000 to $1,000 a month. That's pretty, I think that's worth it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd say that's right.
The courthouse PPEA update. Steve
The only thing I got on that
Bowen's
is you've all been updated of the same thing I've been updated. We all got updated Tuesday. I was in there with Bo in the last meeting. I think all y'all attended the other 2 sessions. So
I do want to say something. I asked the question. We were given some dollar numbers, and I asked in John and I's session. I said, "Is this public?" And the man was very honest with me. He said, "Sure, it's public." He said, "But you guys just asked us to make changes." He said, "So do you want to have to keep saying a number and have the number change?"
Right.
And then he used the term DD, which is design and development. So he said, if we've listened to you today. He said, if we start today, the 90 days passes, and we go into design and development, that's the day that we give you the number that we've got to stick by, that they're guaranteeing for this courthouse. And so.
Or less, he said.
Or less.
Yeah.
So my feeling was, and I maybe you all can just kind of pitch in, I don't want to keep saying a number and having it change. If we get into design and development and they say, okay, it's going to be X number of dollars, that's when I want to release that. Is that?
You still got your more faith in the SD and the CD.
Yeah. Well, DD was when he said that he could give us, he'd say, here's my number.
Right.
Is everybody kind of okay with that thought?
Yeah, he told us, Daphne and I, the same thing. He said, once we tell you that number, that's the number. We'll not go above it.
And so I think it would just be confusing if we.
And right
Right,
now.
I agree. I don't
Right
think we
now,
should.
with the current economic climate and everything, we really don't know because the volatility is going up and down.
well, the one thing I'd like to say, and maybe y'all may already knew it, I didn't know it, and I don't know if the sheriff knows and Buddy or whatever, but and I want to get in details. I didn't realize when you when you're talking about the sheriff's office, that's got to be built as a Category 4.
That's right.
And like that's a whole different structure.
It cannot be adjacent to the courthouse.
Right.
It's got to be set off to itself.
So many,
Can be attached.
It's attached to.
Right, it can't be adjacent, it can't be attached.
I wonder if that's what Cumberland did at $38 million.
And the reason for is for the Category 4, meaning for that they have to operate over there and dispatch. If we have a hurricane come through here, and it's got to be way higher standard built than even the new courthouse.
Right.
And he's grandfathered in right now, because right now, that would be the first thing to blow over, other than it being so short that the wind might go over the top of it.
and Buddy, technically the EOC is not built, I mean, you should be in that Category 4 building. Right.
We heard that.
Yeah, we talked about the shutters, you know, he got shutters that come.
Steve, remember we said even Buddy got a grant putting some new windows or something over there,
Yeah,
didn't he?
metal shutters, but like he said, the metal shutters might be there, the rest of the building gone.
Oh, it is still on hold?
So we can use it on something else we do? That's good.
But that is code of Virginia now. I didn't realize
Oh,
that.
I didn't realize that either.
Right, anyway.
All right, and then we
Building
have,
code, excuse me, building
we have
code.
1E, which is committee reports, if anybody likes to mention anything else from your other committees.
Yeah.
We've got two, both Ms. Norton and I have successfully found citizens to volunteer. Go ahead, Ms. Norton.
Finally, we have someone to serve on our library committee. Jackie was very instrumental with that. Sarah Easter, she lives on Oliver Avenue in Crewe. She's originally from Chesterfield. So Jackie's hoping that she will bring the suburban area needs and identify with possibly our younger adults and teens, as she has children that age, and to identify what their interests are, because the library tends to focus on really young kids. So I think she'll be a good fit. She did come to the last meeting, which was on Wednesday, and she was very excited about becoming a member. So Sarah Easter from Crewe.
Are you going to make that motion?
I would like to make a motion that she join the library committee for Nottoway County.
I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank Ms. Easter for volunteering, and we appreciate that very much. Number 3 is going to be me, Crossroads Board appointment. Ms. Norton had taken this on as the board member, and then our previous citizen member had some personal reasons to step aside. So we are going to add Ms. Brenda Payne from Crewe, Virginia. She's agreed to take the position if the board so recommends. And she's actually got some history. Let me find her email. I believe she worked with STEPS previously, and she does have she's a minister. She's part of a church. So I think she'd be a good fit for that particular board. So I'll make that motion. I'll make that motion
I'll
for Brenda
second.
Payne. Okay, I've got a
I'll
first and a
second.
second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Thank you, Ms. Payne, for taking that on. Let's see. Now we've got Rocky Ford Solar Performance Agreement, and we do want to vote on this one tonight. So this is going to be I-14.
Mike, Mr. Chairman, I got Mike on this part of the, Mike, I got you on, put you on speaker, okay? So you can listen. Thank you, sir. I got Mike Lively on this.
And this one, you didn't, you're supposed to bring your own performance agreement back rather than us print it again.
Right, you were trying to save paper.
And this is what, this is our citizen, Mr. Abbott, had questions about.
These aren't working.
We did?
Andrew, our mics aren't working.
Look at that light goes, I noticed it was getting red
green.
last week.
I'm green.
I am too, but that just means it's charged up. It don't mean it's working.
Andrew, can people hear us out there? Well, because we,
Wondering about that the whole evening.
I don't know. There's a problem solved. Problem solved.
Is that what? Does that work?
Mike, can you hear us?
I can hear you. It's a little bit difficult, but
Okay.
if you guys got questions, just
Okay.
throw them out there, and I will do what I can.
Okay.
And clarify, Mr. Bowen, who that is on the phone.
Oh, that's
Attorney represents the county, Mike Luckerby in Roanoke, Virginia.
Yes, sir. Thank you. He took care of it. Thank you. So sorry about that, Bo. I should have done that.
That's all right.
All right. Is there any board discussion about the performance agreement? Does everybody understand it?
I got some questions.
Okay.
Looking over it. Sure. Article 2 on page 5, 2.3, engineering reimbursement. Developer shall reimburse to the county all actual cost of the county's engineering and consultant reviews in excess of $150,000. We're gonna have $150,000 worth of engineering and consultant reviews?
It's a moving number. The 150 represents their fee that they paid for the application. So if we were to spend past that, it's still their responsibility. The solar agreements state that the county shall bear no expense in regards to engineering and design. So we've got.
So they've already paid.
We've got a pot of money that we're pulling from.
So they're counting that 150 that they gave us to take care of this?
Potentially.
Correct.
That's why
So they want us to spend our own money?
No.
Is that-
The fee's collected based on the size of the project.
Okay.
So if it was like a 3 megawatt, it can't be 3 megawatts. So if it was 10 megawatts and required a siting agreement, that fee is going to be less than what Ampliform paid. Ampliform paid $150,000 because they're asking for 100 megawatts.
What, is that figure with 100, I'm going by memory on it. Didn't they pay, Bobby, you want to step up and address that? What did additional 47,000?
Overall application?
Yes.
I'll need to just check my notes, but we paid it to Greg?
How much did they pay, Greg?
Well, I'll just shout. It's about, I think in total for the amendment and the original, it was about approximately 152,000.
Total.
Total.
Yeah, and then I still, with this last mailing and stuff, there's.
I thought it was close to 165.
I
By the
did
way,
too.
the public can hear us, so we could put that back if y'all need to do that. Everybody, people text me and saying, hey, Steve, we can hear y'all fine. Anyway,
Okay.
but anyway.
So, Mr. Ingham, you're considering that money ours and we're spending it, or you're considering it as what?
Well, I mean, if they paid us to put in the application, it's our money, right?
The money is based on the size of the application to cover the costs.
That's what I'm saying.
I asked the exact same question, Mr.
It's our money.
Up front, because I thought the same thing.
I still think the same thing.
I did, but they said that any expenses that occur over that amount, they would have to pay. They said they just wasn't giving. Bobby, I would love for you to come up and speak on this.
I also have Tito on the phone if
And that he may be able to speak on it as well.
But
I remember bringing it up.
I'll first start by saying that the amount that we've paid an application fee to Nottoway is probably about 90% more than any other county has ever charged for a solar application.
Wow, we did good.
So,
Yeah,
but the general public's perspective is the same that mine was, as well as Mr. Ingram's, that an application fee is just that. That's a fee going to the county for the application process. Not that can be reimbursed for anything. So Tito needs to explain to the public and Mr. Ingram what he did to me when I asked the same question.
Okay,
You can hold his phone up to that mic.
all right.
Well, to me, it's, if I have an application to build a building, and then something else comes along, I've paid that application fee. And if something else comes along that the county is going to require me to do, I'm going to have to pay more.
How much is a building permit for a home, Mr. Bowen?
It's so much per square foot.
Greg knows.
What is it, Greg?
Well, no,
Don't, we're playing Jeopardy. You can't do that. Go ahead.
all I know is that, when I did my fee schedule for my departments, that I also did one for the building department as well, so I would have to.
I build.
So anyway,
it's like 13 cents
But
per
Greg,
square.
Greg can answer this question for Mr. Ingram, because you remember, I think you
The
and I talked.
extraordinary expense of a solar property compared to a home that's why the fee is so big.
But go back to what Mr. Ingram said, and for Mr. Abbott, the application fee, the county wasn't able to absorb and keep that. It was coming
Wasn't
in.
income.
Right. It wasn't, it should have been called something else. It should have been called a deposit, because you can get a deposit reimbursed to you. But application fee really generally doesn't go back.
Now, then let's say withdraw before I possibly get the processing aspect of it, before I start working on the staff report, and adjacent property owners, letters and stuff like that. Then very rare cases.
Right, but in this aspect, they're gonna be able to work off of that 156,000 or 4,000. And anything above that, they have to pay themselves. So really, they're getting their money back.
That's what I'm saying. And who gets the money back when you get you get a
Should've
building
called it
permit?
something differently.
Y'all don't give it back to us.
You could have given them a permit for $50 and then, say, a $150,000 deposit for engineering costs. That would have been more clear.
Mike, do you care to speak on that? You remember that?
I'm not following 100%, but what I can tell you is that application fees need to bear a rough relationship to how much it costs you to process them. Now, I know that there have been a lot of fees incurred, both in engineering and costs, in headaches to Mr. Bowen not doing the other work of the county, all sorts of things. But at the end of the day, the application fee isn't just, it can't be completely unmoored from paying the cost of processing an application.
So what he's saying
And I
is
think that would be my piece of advice here.
from county time distracting you, Mr. Bowen, away from doing county work, dealing with the Ampliform, we need you to keep a log of how many hours you do, figure up what your hourly rate is that the county's already paying you, and that come out that $150,000.
How about the lawyer fees?
Correct, that too.
The county shall bear no expense in regards to
So
a
I think
solar
y'all don't need,
application.
I think the 150,000 has been absorbed. Or close to it.
I think it's 165, by the way.
Hey, tell me where you seen that thing in here. You said, you referenced the page number, Mr. Ingram, and
It's on page 5, Article 2, 2.3. Engineering reimbursement.
I have a page 5.
No, you don't even have, this is the one you told them not to give, that you were going to.
Oh, that I bought Brenda, yeah.
Well, Mr. Ingram, I know that the title is engineering reimbursement, but you need to look at the exact words. Developer shall reimburse to the county all actual costs of engineering and consultant reviews. That's broad enough to cover
I'll see
all
that.
the consultants that had to do a review, which would include everybody from me to the engineering firm to, I know that we did some analysis with your financial advisor on this. I mean, a lot of people looked at this.
So it's time for us to do an accounting to see where we are against that 150.
You could do that. Yep.
Okay. You got him there, Mr. Ingram? He satisfy you?
So a house permit is $150 plus 10 cents a square foot.
What I'm saying to you is, my understanding was this was an application fee.
It is, but it's to cover the costs that they may incur, such as Steve Bowen. If he's got $20,000 of county money tied up, it comes back to him.
It's paying county things that we needed to move forward with the application.
Such as the
It's
building
not paying-
permit for
it's
the
not
house.
paying Ampliform.
That goes in towards the building inspector's salary. That's what we collect those application fees, because that pays the building inspector's salary. This is gonna pay Steve's salary that the citizens don't have to pay for this part, and the
gonna
attorney
pay for the
fees
attorney.
too. I forgot mine in my truck there on it.
So how's it gonna
Got
be
me.
tracked?
All right, I'll yield on that one.
They have been tracking.
Let's go to 2.4. Verification of local tax records. For the purposes of verifying the accuracy of the report attached hereto to Exhibit B, and no other purpose, the developer hereby waives its protections under Virginia Code 58.1-3 and authorizes the Commissioner of the Revenue and Treasurer of the county to provide verification to the county and the authority, that authority being the LRA, right? I mean, not the LRA, the IDA.
The IDA, yes,
From
sir.
their records of the collection of the solar revenue share payments for the project, provided, however, that such disclosure shall not waive the protections of Virginia Code, whatever that is, as to any other person to authorize the county authority to disclose such information to any other person. What does that mean?
So Virginia Code Section 58.1-3 provides that neither the treasurer nor the Commissioner of Revenue can provide information on the payment or even assessment of taxes, but certainly the payment of taxes or fees that would give away information about a person's income or the characteristics of their personal property or the profitability of their business. In order for the treasurer to verify that Ampliform has in fact paid its revenue share for each year, Ampliform needs to waive its protection so that the treasurer can send you a letter that says, yes, they have in fact paid it. They paid it on thus and such a date, and it was paid in full. In fact, if they took your personal property tax, Mr. Ingram, on your car, the treasurer and the commissioner of the revenue shouldn't tell anybody that it was how much your car is worth, how much your personal property tax bill, and how much of it you actually paid on what date. You can do that with real estate, but not personal property, and solar fields are considered personal property. So that's all about being able to verify that they've actually paid what they were supposed to pay.
So you're telling me they're going to pay personal property tax?
No, they're going to pay revenue share, but the revenue share is...
You're talking about to the landowner.
Well, the revenue share is paid based upon personal property. Not sure how else to say. The solar field itself, those solar cells, those are personal property. So it's like machinery and tools tax or something like that. It's just that the way that the quote-unquote tax works is we call it a revenue share.
Yeah, and so are you referring to the revenue share that is $1,400 per megawatt?
Yep, and then escalates every year.
Okay.
But
so it's already in the
I'm trying to
code.
protect your treasurer. I know the treasurer in a city up in my direction, small city, actually got indicted because she went and told the city council about whether a major taxpayer had paid their bill on time, and they hadn't. They paid it 3 days late, and they made a complaint to the Commonwealth's attorney, and I'm just trying to keep the treasurer out of trouble.
So the state code tells us that it's $1,400 per megawatt, but the treasurer doesn't have to disclose how many megawatts that landowner has.
Thank you.
To know what the total payment was.
All right, let me ask this question.
Exactly, and the treasurer doesn't have to disclose to you unless the person waives. In fact, the treasurer shouldn't disclose to you whether it's actually been paid.
Okay.
If they don't pay it, the treasurer has to go after them, and eventually that becomes public. But that would be a long ways down the road.
Hey, I just thought about something. In the newspaper listing from the folks who don't pay their taxes on time, isn't the dollar amount for personal property as well as real estate in there by their name?
Yes, it is.
Yep.
Oh.
Yep. And at a certain point, they're allowed to publish it. But
So in pursuit of collection.
you got to be a ways down the road before you get there.
So okay.
All right, so let me ask this question.
So with the
Let's
treasurer
say,
have to find
heaven
out if it's a
forbid, that I have
project
solar
or not.
panels on my property.
I think I have 3 years on them, 2 years.
Yep.
Are they considered to be leased by the solar company?
I didn't hear the question.
I honestly don't know. It depends on the situation, I
The
would
ground's
guess.
leased, the equipment's installed.
I didn't hear your question, Mr. Ingram. I'm sorry.
If you own it and it's on your property, then it can be taxed as real property, and it would be listed as on your real property tax bill.
That's what creates an
But
improved
if it's
value of the
personal property, then it wouldn't be, and you wouldn't have to, it would be shown on your personal property tax bill, but that's separate. Or it might actually go to the leasing company. You probably have a pass-through net lease that requires you to pay the tax, though.
If you lease a vehicle and that vehicle's in garage in Nottoway County, you don't own it. You leased it, but it's wherever it's garaged at, you're gonna pay the personal property taxes on that.
So why wouldn't I, as the owner of the land, pay the personal property tax on those panels?
Bobby, I think I'm answering this correctly. If they get the money for the personal, if Ampliform wants to work a deal out, and I think they have with some of these landowners, that they will pay some, any or all of their taxes
of the increased value.
That's permissible. Isn't that correct, Mike?
Yep.
So they can pay, like John Doe has 100 acres on his and it increased it by $2 million. Ampliform can say, hey, as part of our deal, we're gonna pay you increased in taxes to the county. They're gonna get taxed. Don't you worry about that, Mr. Allen.
I guess it's me, I don't know.
They gonna get taxed in
But,
more
all right,
ways than you can
All right,
imagine.
let me get on, because let me go over here. Limitation on amount of annual grant. This is on page, wait a minute.
He's on 4.3.
Well, but I want to go back to page 6, 3.3.4.
Yes.
Retained amount of incremental real estate tax. Notwithstanding anything to the contrary set forth in this agreement, the authority and the county, I'm assuming that's the Industrial Development Authority. The authority and the county may retain and therefore not include in any annual grant the first $2,250,000 of all incremental real estate tax collected by the county, stated in nominal dollars without escalation or depreciation. All incremental real estate tax collected above $2,250,000 shall become part of the grant funds, provided, however, that to the extent that such cap has exceeded the incremental real estate taxes being included in the grant funds, such inclusion in the grant funds shall cease at the 25th anniversary of the commercial operation date. So in other words, this thing's not gonna last but 25 years.
With the word,
We can then tax more after, in the 26th year.
that was one of Mr. Abbott's questions. And I thought I'd done a pretty well job. The word grant there is a legal word that they choose to use that I wouldn't have, and that's the reason I'm not an attorney. Grant is like I give you something, right?
Thank you.
Okay, but that's not really what it is. So the $2,250,000 is a cap that the real estate can't go, the taxes can't go up over and beyond that.
We can collect it.
Correct. It can't go up over and beyond that, and it's not going to. They first, I think, Bobby, y'all's figure was, and I'm sure Jarrett could help answer this.
I've got it, I've got the number.
Okay, go ahead and give it to us.
Okay.
I don't want to raise a point of personal privilege. My name's been mentioned twice from the folks sitting up there. Someone needs to answer this question. It came from, I'm told, the attorney that wrote this performance agreement. It has a cap of $2.25 million over the first 25 years of the agreement. The last 15 years goes to the county. So that means the first 25 years goes to somebody else. If the last 15
No, sir.
years
No.
No, sir, have a seat. I got your
That's the way
answer.
it's written.
I got your answer.
I'm not making it up. It's what's written.
All right.
And this was a FOIA request, so this has to be true, unless this person lied to me. Now, if he lied to me, that's a whole other thing.
Have a seat.
He says, I suspect it will move. It will be more like 1.3 million. But that's complete swag. Now, we all know what swag is.
I don't know what you're reading. I don't know where it's from. Have a seat.
It's a grant request. You got a copy, Ms. Norton got a copy, Mr. Ingram got a copy.
Go ahead with the numbers, Chairman.
Okay.
But explain that to me, because I really do want to know
That's what
what it means.
the dollar figures? I've got the
Well,
math right here.
Well, what I'm saying to you, Bill, is this. Does that mean that we're going to get $2,250,000 in addition to this prepayment?
In the form of taxes, yes.
Yes.
In the form of taxes?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And
So-
it can't go over the $2,250,000 over the life of 25 years. That's where the cap, where the grant term comes in there, and it shouldn't be used, I didn't think.
Are you ready?
Mr. Toth understands it correctly.
Okay, so right now, when these will be round numbers, and that's one of the problems with trying to give you everybody exact dollars. It's hard to, because things are all taxed differently. So let's say that agricultural land's taxed at $2,500 an acre. Okay? And so you have 1,300 acres of that, times 2,500, times your tax rate. We don't put the levies in it, call it 55 cents. Incremental increase refers to the value of that 1,300 acres once the solar fields are installed. I don't know whether it's going to be all 1,300 that's going to increase. Christie, our Commissioner of Revenue, checked around. The other counties increased them to $15,000 an acre. So your incremental increase is between 2,500 and the 15,000, 55 cents. If those numbers held true on 1,300 acres, at 25 years, we would exceed the 2,250,000, 2,681,250. But I don't think all 1,300 acres gets that increase, because some of it's outside the fence, some of it doesn't have equipment on it. So you can't just say 1,300 times 15,000. Some of it is your house lot. That's not going to change. So for us to sit and say to the dollar that it's going to be this at this point, you can't do it. Now, once we have a site plan and that's done, the site plan and the special exception permit will show us exactly what the Commissioner of Revenue is going to be looking at as improved value. At that point, I think you could get
the $1.3 million that was mentioned to the 2,250,000, as this board voted to start doing a reassessed value every 4 years rather than 6, that's going to potentially be moved every 4 years. As land increases, you pay more taxes.
I'm worried about the people next to this stuff, that the value's gonna go down on their land.
But on the same token of saying that, if he's using $15,000 figure and those people was offered that to do this project and they declined to do it, their land is worth a whole lot more than it would have been. That's worth $15,000 an acre. And if
I'm talking about the neighbors.
That's what I'm talking about.
You think that land's gonna be worth more?
If they could have put it in this program, I know it would have been worth more.
Well, what I'm telling you is, right now, if you come and you're gonna assess them and they got a solar farm next to them, solar industrial site, excuse me, their land value is going down, Bo. You had a man come up here and tell you, he talked to 2 real estate agents and he said 40 to 45% decrease in value of the property.
I've talked to 2 other people that said it didn't have an effect.
Yeah, the same amount of people said it didn't, that it does, and they was relatives too.
You just gotta wait till the assessment comes in, there's your fact.
But the reason we're discussing this is to answer questions, and the cap was a very good question that we got notification of. You may not remember it, Mr. Ingram, or you didn't get it 3 or 4 months ago. John and I, we talked about it. Bill and I have talked about it. Daphne and I have talked about it a lot of times. And I apologize because they probably called me because I don't do too much calling. I don't like a damn telephone. And I should have called you, Mr. Ingram. So we're here to discuss it now.
So it's based on that.
I want to wrap my brain around it. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, so it's an increase in basis that limits the cap to 25 years. But that's if I applied it on the whole 1,300, which you're not going to be able to do. So it'd be, 1.34 million if you did it on 700 acres, which I believe is what they're talking about inside the fence and equipment.
That's right, 1.3.
So that's the more accurate number.
In the lesser that number is, under the $2,250,000, is better for the landowners, less taxes that's being paid. But it was anticipated it could go up to $2,250,000, but we don't think it's going to do but half of that. I don't know what those assessment values are going to do.
Let me go to 4.3 on page 7 then. Limitation on amount of annual grant. Annual appropriations to the authority and annual grants to the developer are payable solely from the solar revenue share and incremental real estate tax actually collected by the county. So we're going to give the developer money.
Okay, so the reason that we did that is under the Code of Virginia, the General Assembly no longer let counties collect material tools on solar panels. So they instituted that $1,400 per megawatt that the county could collect as revenue share. So on a 100 megawatt project, $140,000 a year is what this county would have received, except we requested $8 million up front.
We requested more than $8 million.
Well, but we settled at $8 million. The law did not let us not collect the revenue share. So it's going to go into the IDA, we're going to hold it for a year, then it'll go back. And it's because we got $8 million up front. And that's the time value of money based on having to borrow a large sum under the order of the court. If we have to borrow, and these numbers are not accurate numbers, this are just
preliminary
numbers. So if we were told the cost was $20 million, we now have $10 million, using the 8 and then the extra 2, to use for either debt service, using it to generate interest, or put it as a down payment and only borrow $10 million.
Very
That's
well
the-
explained.
That's the difference. So on a 30-year mortgage, if I borrow money at 7% and I borrow $200,000, you will have paid back about $420,000. So now do that on $20 million. You put half of it down. So if you don't put anything down, you borrow it, you're going to pay back $40 million over a 30-year payment. If you put half of it down, well, more than that, $42
I know,
million.
Bill, I know all that.
Well,
I'm
I'm letting the citizens know,
I'm just trying to clear my mind about why we're giving them money.
because they gave it to us up front.
They give it to us in the form of
The
$8
state-
million
So they're
up
gonna
front.
get their
And the
money
state-
back
and the
pretty
state
much.
The state requires us to take it.
So they're going to, basically, I'm
know.
going to go in layman's terms. They're going to give us $8 million up front. Each year, they're going to give us $140,000 that we have to return to them. Ideally,
Put toward $8 million.
Yeah.
Right.
that's
But
right.
it's- but
Ideally,
but
the
we're
100
coming out ahead.
Way ahead.
Right.
Millions ahead.
So if we get the 140, say on January 1, ideally, if we can give them the money back on
December
December
31st,
31st, we will keep that
Interest from that 140,000.
After January 1st of each year, but no later than January 31st, the developer shall submit an application for an annual grant.
Yes.
The grant is a
So-
term that is mind-boggling as to why they use that.
So over 25 years, the annual grant of 140,000 gives them back $3.5 million. We got 8 million and used it over 25 years. That millions of dollars in savings.
Tens of millions.
I understand why we did it. I'm just trying to clear.
I'm glad to hear you say why we did it, Mr. Ingram. You just blessed my socks off.
Well, you remember what I told y'all when y'all started
I
talking
do
about
remember.
this?
Yes, sir.
Get as much as you, I can't use my exact language.
Right.
You did.
You're
Bill. I
gonna do this,
remember.
get as much as you can get.
That's what you said, and that's what we went after.
Well, I just want to get my brain
And it's good for the
understanding
public to
what's
know what
going
we're
on.
doing here.
Yeah.
It is. I had trouble with that myself because I was like, the county's not going to pay y'all a dime back. Why would we? And that's when,
It's the revenue share reimbursement because
that's
we
right.
got the money up front. Ideally, we'd like to get that money and 8 million, but that won't gonna happen.
right. We tried.
Tried, we sure did. Anything else, Mr. Ingram, specifically?
I marked another one, but ain't no need in reading that one. Limitation of liability, but
You can read it.
this is on page 9, 6.3. No party shall be liable for any loss of profit, loss of business, loss of revenue, business interruption, cost of repair or replacement services, including the cost of labor and materials, or any special consequential, incidental, indirect, or punitive damages resulting from any claim, whether in contract, tort, negligence, strict liability, or other theory, related to or arising out of this agreement. No matter the form of the claim, and even if the party has been advised of the possibility of such damages. Okay, I know one of the things we talked about was if DEQ fined this project, fined these people, that they were gonna have to give us the amount of the DEQ fine.
In a match.
Does this
Judge,
eliminate that?
now I think you'd be a good one to speak on that.
Does
You
this
got to-
eliminate that, this limitation of liability?
No, it does not.
Well,
I'm
it
not a
says
lawyer, but
we
he
can't be
is.
liable for any loss of profit, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So if the DEQ comes and says, we're gonna fine y'all $100,000 because you hadn't done what you're supposed to do, and in the county say, we want an extra $100,000 because y'all got fined by DEQ, this limitation of liability says we can't collect it.
No party shall be liable for any loss of profit. That's where you
Keep
started.
reading.
That's where you started, right?
Yes.
And that also holds true to the county on that $140,000. So you would want it on both sides. Loss of business. We don't want to lose the business and they go through with it and say they're not going to put it up. And then they don't have to pay us the money because they've already moved the topsoil to do it with. It's a two-sided, loss of liability is a two-sided deal. Jared, do you care to speak on that, or Mike?
Yeah, so this is a deal where, first off, it has to be related to or arising out of this agreement. So having to do with the DEQ stuff that's included in the siting agreement, that is totally separate because it's not arising out of this agreement. The second thing is, and I probably shouldn't say this outside of closed session, but I will. If If anything, this protects the county more than it does Ampliform, because most damages that the county is ever going to suffer coming out of this agreement that are more than quantifiable based upon its face are basically impossible to quantify. They're public harms, which means that you can't, a harm to the general public, you can't quantify what it is. It's very, very difficult to do, which is why we have things like fines for violating laws and ordinances, because you can't really put a number on general harm to the public. On the flip side, if the county breaches this agreement and it causes ampliform damages, they can quantify what that means in terms of their business. So by saying that everybody's damages are limited to what their actual monetary damages coming out of an actual breach of this agreement are, and saying that there are no consequential or special damages, that means that you are containing your liability. They are also containing their liability. So it's all about saying that the damages that anybody can recover under this agreement are just what's under this agreement, and that there isn't anything extra out there that you can go out and make further and further arguments that are somehow brought in as damages.
Okay, so let me ask this question. So if the town of Crew water supply gets damaged by this project, who's liable?
If the town of Crew's what is damaged by this project?
Water supply, because...
Water supply? That's totally outside, because Crew is not even a party to this agreement.
But what I'm saying to you is if they come and want to sue Ampliform because of
They can sue, they're not part of this agreement.
Right.
Yeah, they're not part. In other words, they can sue me for my cow pissing in the river and it running on down into the crew.
That's what I'm asking.
Right,
Can they, can they claim that?
This is not preventing Crew from doing anything.
Yeah, they can, Crew can.
That's right.
Crew can sue them. Yes.
Crew's completely uninvolved.
Just want to be sure.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir, nothing wrong with being
Good
sure.
discussion.
Yes, sir. Anything else? Anybody, Mr. Engel?
I got one more.
Which I think, Ms. Norton, you did.
I spent my afternoon reading this
Norton,
thing.
you
Don't
did
y'all
question
worry.
Town and Crew, and didn't they say
Yes.
they had no opinion?
They had no opinion.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
They will if that water supply gets messed up.
But then they can sue them, and I'm sure they got insurance that might be able to run them on line from Chesterfield or something. I don't know.
Blackstone.
I was saying Chesterfield because it's further. They'll
What
have
was
a
your
lot of money.
final one there, Mr. Engel?
Well, I don't know what the American rule is, so I'm gonna leave off. Y'all will explain it to me, I'm sure.
The American rule is your freedom.
No, I'm done.
American rule is that if you have a lawsuit, everybody pays their own lawyers.
Thank you for clarification.
There we
on
go.
that.
I didn't know that. Ms. Norton, did you have any further discussion on the performance agreement or any questions that you would like to have?
Lord have mercy, no.
No.
We've had enough. This is the most convoluted, complicated thing we have ever encountered here or anywhere I've ever worked. But it's new. So, but we have to ask questions.
I certainly enjoyed asking a lot of questions that I asked, and I got answers to every one of them.
Yep.
And sometimes the legal term. By the way, Mike, why was the word grant used? Because that did throw a lot of confusion to several citizens of the county. Why is that? I tell people all the time I don't really want another loan, but I need a grant. And if you give me a grant, I ain't got to give it back. Mike, did you fall off the bucket?
I'm still here. Yeah, I mean,
The term grant is why
The way-
he's curious as to why that was used in regards to the IDA.
It's all about trying to get around certain provisions in the state constitution and in the state law, which require, one of which is, with respect to real estate tax, everybody must pay their tax, period, end of discussion. Your treasurer's got to go out and collect it. That's how it works. And that's in the Virginia Constitution. There's also a uniformity clause in the Virginia Constitution, which says and has been extended both to taxes and fees, everybody has to pay the same tax rate or fee. And now you can put graduations in there like you do if you have a business license tax, and there are different ways of working with that. But if you are charging a revenue share to everybody per megawatt, it's got to be applied to everybody per megawatt. You can't say, well, this person I'm just going to waive it and not charge it to, and this person I'm going to charge it to, and this person I'm going to charge half. You got to charge it or not charge it.
I see.
So in order to flip that around and say, well, Ampliform, we need to charge you your $140,000 a year. We also need to charge all these people who have property underneath you for their real estate tax, which you have agreements with them to pay their real estate tax on their behalf.
Mm-hmm.
We have to charge that to you. The treasurer has to go get it from you. That she doesn't have any choice. However, once it hits the county's hands, the county can say, well, we think that you're creating all this tax revenue, so we're going to give you back some proportion of it. And in this particular case, it's pretty much the entirety of the solar revenue share for 40 years.
25
and
years.
Depending on how things play out, it might be some of the real estate tax during that 40 years.
Makes sense. It doesn't make.
But it nets out.
Yeah, we come out ahead.
Exactly.
Yep. All right, I'm going to ask for a motion. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready for you to ask for a motion.
It's 40 years on the exhibit, 25 on the.
Got it.
This kind of goes away.
Mr. Chairman, we had some discussion about with Bobby outside about a potential non-disclosure. Was there any concerns?
Well, what I'd asked, we've got two things that are left: special exception permit,
Right,
and then the site plan,
right,
where we get into the details of what's going to be where.
that's right.
And my question was that when we do that vote, I want to make sure that we've represented our citizens, our landowners that are participating in this project.
Right.
They're paying a substantial amount of this courthouse by being willing to put in their properties into this project.
Right.
And I don't want the next day to get called and say, well, you didn't represent me, Mr. Collins. You didn't vote, or you voted on something that wasn't so.
Right.
So I've asked Bobby, and she's going to look in to see what they can do for us. What I would like is an acknowledgement from all our landowners, once the site agreement is done, the site plan is done, and once the special exception permit is done, not voted on,
Right.
I would like an acknowledgement from our landowners that they've read them and that it represents their interest.
Right.
That this board, by voting yes, is doing what those landowners wanted to do.
Right.
I don't want to get the next day that this is wrong. and
But
this
they
is
said they
wrong,
didn't know it.
And I didn't know it. This is the point where we're going to have the details. This board's going to vote. And I want to make sure that when we vote, we're voting for what those landowners wanted.
And
And however we get there, that's up to you. But I don't want to vote and then be told we were wrong.
And to your point there, because me and Mr. Collins had this conversation, and that tonight's vote does not hinder us getting to those facts prior to the next
No.
vote.
Right, that's right. Still got to do, we still got.
Site plan and the
that's right.
special exception permit,
That's right.
which will have tighter details in regards to
You can put more teeth in it.
distance, fence.
Right.
They can sign the siting agreement. The landowner can say, I'm acknowledging this and I understand it. And if they say, I don't understand it, and they own the land within it, then Ampliform can help them better understanding the questions. But you would certainly think at this point of them doing this, that they've had their attorneys look over this stuff too. Isn't that normal case, Bobby? That the landowners get their own attorneys? Yes. Right, in their interest, right.
And see, in those agreements though, we still got moving parts in this, and that's why
Absolutely.
we want to make sure that these citizens are
Are
supposed
aware.
to form
Well,
protected, even though they want to move forward with this
We had a good
project.
example. One of our owners began this process in 2021.
Right.
And I said, what has been told to him verbally since 2021? And she said, well, there's multiple agreements.
That's right.
And so I know that things get lost. One developer says, yeah, that's fine, we'll take care of that creek, or we'll do this, we'll do that, but it was never put in writing.
Right.
And so I just want everything in writing before we vote on it, and I want everything that's in writing to be reviewed by the landowner and let us know that this is, okay, go ahead.
And Mr. Chairman, to the citizen that had asked some questions earlier, that my thought process in order to satisfy, and I say this respectfully on anybody's part, but especially for me, I want it simplified to where I can understand it. What I'm thinking is, prior to getting to those signings of the votes on the siting agreements, what I would like to see so we can have presented, whether on our website, through the newspaper, whatever, I would like to see how that siting agreement
So
is.
site plan.
Site plan. Well, these payments, I would like to see that broke down, when they intend to pay, when the county would intend to pay back, what we could garner off of the interest on that, and have that simplified for the public to be able to see before we get to that next public hearing, which should be pretty simple to get presented.
It's just
Oh, very
Excel,
simple.
it's just Excel sheet.
You're
Yeah.
detailing like a snapshot of the
Yes.
financial commitment at a glance to show, dumb it down,
This is what we're
simplify
getting.
The
this is how-
breakdown.
the breakdown.
And I think that would answer potentially a lot of the questions
It
that
would.
the citizen had tonight, but also for those that are scared to ask the questions, you know, like.
That they be getting answered.
That's
Yep,
right.
I agree.
So when we get it out there, there is, like she said, a snapshot of exactly what's going to be paid when, and how the county will not be getting the terminology, those grants, you know, so we can clear that up.
Okay,
I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Chairman,
okay.
that we accept the performance agreement as presented.
I'll second.
I've got a first and a second. I want to, Mr. Bowe, would you roll call us, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Collins. We got a motion on the floor by Vice Chairman Toth and a second by Mr. Rourke to approve this Rocky Ford Solar Performance Agreement. Mr. Rourke, how do you vote, yea or nay?
Yay.
Mr. Ingram, how do you vote, yea or nay?
I'm going to abstain because I'm not going to vote for somebody I don't understand.
Okay.
I abstain.
All right. Ms. Dorton, how do you vote, yea or nay?
Remember, this is the financial part you was talking about.
I know. I'm simply voting yes because we have beat this down financially. It details the finance, but we have opportunity to continue to make changes.
Right.
Mr. Vice Chairman Toth.
Yay.
Mr. Chairman Collins.
Hey,
Mr. Chairman, you got 4 yeas and 1 has abstained. Motion
All right.
passes. If you keep looking in your I-4, Mr. Chairman Collins, if you would read that resolution, that is necessary too on I-4, which is the approval of the solar performance agreement. But it has to be resolution.
is it attached or in the?
It's in I-4 in your
Oh, it's in
package.
the package.
Sorry. That's something that has to be done as well, not just approving it. Maybe if one of y'all want to read it, Mr. Toth or Vice Chair, any of y'all got it.
I can read it.
Go ahead.
Whereas Nottoway County, Virginia, Nottoway County, Virginia, and
Let's be in this thing.
Northwest Rocky Ford LLC, a Delaware limited liability company, pursuant to Title 15-2, Chapter 22, Article 7.3 of the Virginia Code, the developer and the county have entered into a solar facility siting agreement for the operation of 100 megawatt alternating current ground-mounted solar electric generating facility. Electric generating facility, the solar facility in parentheses. Whereas, as set forth in the siting agreement, the developer and the county have negotiated terms and conditions pursuant to this property may be developed provided the county Board of Supervisors approve the special exception permit authorizing the use of the property as a solar energy facility pursuant to the Nottoway County zoning ordinance on the terms acceptable to the developer. And whereas, among those other things, the siting agreement requires that the developer to provide financial compensation to the county to address certain capital needs, and the county is obligated to comply with Virginia Code Section 15.8-2635 and the county's ordinance in assisting the revenue share. And whereas, I shouldn't have volunteered to read this long thing. Whereas, set forth in performance agreement between the county and the developer that the Industrial Development Authority, the county will provide funds to the authority for the authority to provide incentive grant to the developer and the annual installment thereof, for the purpose of including the developer to develop the project, thereby making a significant capital investment and creating new economic activity and significant tax revenue in the county. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Nottoway Board of Supervisors of Nottoway County, Virginia, the attached performance agreement between the county developer and the authority is hereby adopted pursuant to the terms and mutual promises set forth in this agreement. This resolution is to take effect immediately once this agreement has been executed by all parties.
That's it, Mr. Chairman.
Approved this 16th day of April 2026.
All right. Do I have a motion to sign? Do I need another motion?
Yes, sir.
Have a motion?
I'll move.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Any opposed? Any opposed? Mr. Ingram, you opposed or you voted?
I'm reading this thing and it says, resolution set forth above was adopted in an open meeting on March the 16th, 2026.
The citing,
I need you, it's in the package under A4, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, Mr. Ingram, I don't know what that.
In your book?
This
is from last week. Y'all told them to keep the documentation you had last week, but Ms. Kelly put the new one in I-4. I'm sorry.
got I-1. And then I got J1. Oh, here we go, I-4.
There it is.
Okay.
She knew that was attached from last week, so put that new one in. Sorry.
Can I abstain?
Yeah, you can. Well, I'm sorry.
I abstain.
All right, so, Mr. Chairman, you didn't do a roll call vote, but what I heard was 4-1. 4 says yay and 1 abstain, correct? 4-1
Yes,
pass. Okay.
correct.
Mr. Lockerbie, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, has the county done all its due diligence here, and are we legal right now before we get off this subject?
I believe that we're close to get off that subject.
All right.
Mr. Gary Elder, you agree? Okay.
All right. Have a good evening, Mr. Lockerbie.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
can hear the cash register.
Good night.
Good night.
All right, moving on. J1, award of auditor RFP contract.
Oh, let's see. Yeah, so that's in your package. I got it. I know it's not in your package. Excuse me. You just got it handed out to actually. What you see is the RFP, and then they came back, and then the contract is added to you. So you need to study the contract. The price has gone up, but you heard Dr. Martin is some of that's going to be paid by them. We had only one submission, and I would like to go on with Robert Coxon if we can, and if y'all want to, give me permission to go ahead and sign the contract. I need a auditor, folks. I need one yesterday. But if you want to wait and vote next week.
No, if you're
comfortable with it, I'm comfortable with it.
Steve, I got a question.
Yes.
Can you explain to the public why we have to just one? They're pretty much the only game in town.
And that's true. I mean, there's nobody who has I guess had the knowledge and abilities to do a county to audit, and it's just it's hard to find a man on that. I mean, I wish somebody else. I mean, I get it. I wish somebody else would, but they're really they just about do it every county across Virginia, I think. Anyway.
And they did include the fee structure,
Yeah, they
which
did.
has
They put
gone
right,
up
and you'll see the part in that too, Ms. Norton, with the school. So some of that's going to be paid by the school. In other words, when they go in and audit them, the school will reimburse us. from that, so. And we decided to do that, so they have two different auditors and they paying more. If one auditor is checking them anyway, let our auditor go and check them when, you know, so. But I think Dr. Martin does want me to get it a little more separate before I sign the contract to make sure it's worded right. And I can get that, if y'all give me the permission to sign the contract, I can rectify that before I sign it.
I make a motion that we give the county administrator, Steve Bowen, permission to enter a contract with the auditor as presented, Robinson, Farmer, Cox and Associates, PLLC.
Second.
All right, I got a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right, thank y'all.
Bravo.
Appreciate it. And we'll put it out for bid again when we get to it. All right.
All right, we've got our March expenditures.
Mr. Chairman, I moved.
Information.
I'm sorry, I was gonna say, I moved to pay the bills, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Is there any board members that went through and saw anything that they had any questions about? I don't think I did this time. We did receive some of our state money for the regional jail reimbursement, so that was good. All right, I've got a motion.
Yeah. And with that said, I'm glad you brought that up, Mr. Chairman. I could have brought that up and I didn't bring it. I got a letter from DBHDS asking me about approving, what did I do with it even? Anyway, DBHDS is Department of Behavior, anyways, Crossroads, daggone it. I hate it when I have some.
Too many pieces of paper?
Too many pieces of paper. Oh, okay. So they're asking me before the end of this fiscal year, and I'll get this to y'all. Hope it's what Abidal, she put it in there. It's in your package. But look at it's I-1E. So they're asking for $79,380. My thought is, and it says here, if I can't pay this, and I need to send them a reason why. If they owe us, DBHDS, more money for VCBR inmates, let's don't pay the $79,380. Let's make sure we get our money.
I'm fine with that.
I am too.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes,
I'll
sir.
send a letter and say.
It's the same money, they've
it's the same-
budgeted it,
Right, that's
and
right.
then they ended up charging it to the Nottoway County citizens.
Right, so anyway, I'm asking no action, just be aware of that. I may be asking for some action come in July or something.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
All right, I'm sorry, that was it for my.
All right, I have a motion for K&L. Do I have a second? Approve it?
I second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that's 5-0. We go on to M, County Administrator Report. Did you have anything further?
No, just want to tell that, just two things. Mr. Dickie Ingram and Mr. Mike Brodowski gave us a little get together with the Ruiners Club, and they did a good job. And Mike did a good job with the PowerPoint. And Mr. Ingram also brought up about, he was concerned about these tires. And so if you look in your package there, that's been in the paper, Tire Amnesty Day. So this is not for businesses, but this is, if you see tires on the side of the road, throw it back in your truck, take it on there, and the county's not gonna charge you anything.
Right.
And I see it in the ditches everywhere. I don't know, man. People just throw them things out everywhere.
It was,
But you had mentioned that 2 or 3 months ago.
Yeah, see, I just saw it in the form of paper. Buckingham allows an individual to bring 20 tires.
The one thing I did see, there was another, I don't know if it was Sussex or Matthews, it was one of them. They had a day where you could bring paint and other things like that.
Yeah, we can't take it without having a special container
But
to
this
haul
was,
it to somewhere
but
else.
they were working with the company.
Right.
Lydian or somebody came to their site, and you could bring those things that sit in your garage.
I think,
That's a good idea,
I think
though.
you can do that with the tires too, because I know at one time, you could get a company to come in and grind them, because I knew a gentleman that owned a tire company, and he would call, they would come in and get the tires and grind them up.
Make mulch.
So it might be a nice thing if we could look into
on the levy.
Exactly.
chemical paint.
Yep.
We've collected all
Well,
that.
computer equipment too, that's another thing.
And the last thing I have, on L4, I know Ms. Norton had asked about, starting like a action item list. Ms. Kelly had really helped me a lot with that. So you look at L4, that action list is starting, but that thing changes every day.
Yeah.
But anyway, I just want you to know, I'll try to keep that in your board pack so you can see.
Lots of action.
It's a living document.
Thank you, Andrea, because that means a lot. We have a lot of moving targets, and it's easier to keep up with at a glance.
All right, Mr. Chairman, that's all I have.
All right.
Man.
We are going to have a closed session, so we're going to go to comments from members of the board. Vice Chairman Toth?
I enjoyed working with all of the moving parts of the solar things. You know, it was a lot of questions that I had. I studied it really, in my opinion, probably more than I've studied anything since I've been here on the board in the 2 years, and I've not understood all of it, but I got answers and became very knowledgeable of it. It's the reason I could answer it, Mr. Ingram, and I wish I'd included you in on some of the calls, but I guess that I got deterred, Mr. Ingram. I probably shouldn't have, because here's what I told myself. I said, Sel, he ain't gonna go for it no way, because his citizens don't want him to, so they don't use calling him and bothering him for an hour and a half. So that's one reason I did. No disrespect to you, sir, but
I understand that.
But so that's that. And the burn law, I feel, buddy, was very significant. The burn ban law, it could potentially burn a lot of stuff up and hurt people, and hopefully that'll get lifted here in the very near future. We need to continue to pray for her. Yes. We've stopped planting our crops because of it's so dry, and you don't even want to really cut much pastures, clip them. If you did have a growing up field, because you chip a rock off, and we talked about that too, and make a spark and you got a flame. So anyhow, other than that, I really don't have anything else to comment on, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Mr. Ingram?
I hope y'all don't think I'm being obnoxious.
If we don't ask questions and answer questions and have discussions, then
we don't know.
Then people.
That's one of the reasons why I was doing it. And like I said, I don't always understand legalese, you know. And so when you say the word grant, I'm thinking, hey, because we're always asking for grants. Can we get a grant for this? Can we get a grant for that? And so when it says grant, I'm like, why are we giving money to these people? So, and then of course that thing about the application fee too. If you got an application fee, they don't give it back to you. So that's the things that I was concerned about. I could not vote for it because, you know, the folks in my district, they're the ones that I talk to anyway, and the ones that talk to me. Very upset about this, and I think I understand why we need the money. I know that. But sometimes I wonder, what are we really doing? I read an article the other day, and I think I sent it to all y'all. You probably couldn't get it to open.
I couldn't.
About the damage to wildlife by these sites. And one of the things that I asked a question when we met with them, I think Daphne and I met with them in the EOC, and I asked them about the animal corridors. They never didn't have an answer. Because I said, what about animal corridors for the animals to move through here? And the size of that project being so spread out, that concerns me. I think the wildlife's going to suffer on that part of it. But hey, I understand why y'all voted yes. I mean, I don't hold any grudge against anybody. I spoke to a couple of people that are in the project, and I told them, I said, look, I don't not like you. I'm voting the way that the people in my district pretty much feel. And so that's my reasoning. With that, I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Ingram.
Mr. Rourke?
And Mr. Ingram, I'm right there with you, man. It's a lot of things that, you know, even though I've been here just a little bit longer, this is still new. I mean, we're all learning this as we move along, and there's still lots of difficulties. And anybody that says that they can decipher all the legal mumbo jumbo is lying to you, because I see lawyers struggle with it. So it's more than admirable to sit up here and ask all those questions, because you didn't ask those questions just for you. You asked those questions for hundreds, potentially thousands of people out in the public. You done exactly, and some of them I needed the answers to too. So And I appreciate the conversations that we all have, and it's a lot of time away from family and everything. And speaking of family, I'm gonna close on this. I know, and I appreciate all the care and concern that's been going on with my wife. She's back home. I got her back home this evening, and
then had to come here.
yeah, and then
You said your family?
yeah, family's there with her. Thank the Lord. I got a lot of family surrounding her, and it's all ladies. So I'm like, well, either John, you're gonna get on the smoker, and she encouraged me to come up here, and she's like, look, I got it, But anyway, nonetheless, I appreciate it. That's what I love about Nottoway. People bicker and arguing about silly stuff and politics and this and that. But when it comes down to it, the vast majority really do care. They don't want to see nobody struggle and suffer. And that's why I continue to do what I do right here. God bless you all. God bless everybody out there, man, and thank everybody.
Thank you.
Ms. Norton?
Mr. Roy.
The topic of the night, the big topic is solar. I don't like the project. It's no secret, and Dickie and I agree on that. I firmly believe, as it appears the votes go on the majority, they do want this project. So I voted yes tonight because of the financial aspect of it. It's a moving target, and we're going to have a lot of opportunity for further agreements to interject more questions, get more things ironed out. But I still firmly believe, and I know that the majority of the citizens in that district don't want this project. So, and I still stand firm, but we need to make sure if it goes forward that the money's going to be right, and what we're doing is going to be right. And I'll thank everybody, especially my friends and family and community, for checking on me. It's going to be a little bit of a journey. I got a little bit to go before I get well, but anyway, that's another day.
It was good to see you walk around the corner.
Likewise. Very good.
All right, I'm just going to go back to my comments after the performance agreement. We've got those two very important items coming up, the site plan and the special exception permit. And I want those documents to be poured over, questioned, looked at, fill the room back up. We got one chance to get it right. Let's get it right. Okay? For our landowners, for our tax-paying citizens, don't hold back any questions, Mr. Ingram.
That's right.
What is
Amen.
I gotta get on the ball. What's the next two? Let me write that down, make sure I'm right.
Those are it's a special exception with the site agreement, site plan.
Site plan.
And the special exception permit.
Yeah, okay, I knew about the special exception.
And this is, I believe this is what Greg gave us, I think.
It's a long process.
Is that all you got, Mr. Chairman?
That's all I got. We're gonna go into closed session.
Mr. Ingram, I think this is you
All right.
entertain it.
I move that the Board of Supervisors of Nottoway County, Virginia.
Mr. Ingram, I would like, Mr. Chairman, I don't know what the appropriate time is doing it. I would like to ask that we adjourn to a 10-minute recess prior to going into.
Closed session?
Yes, sir.
That's
Does that need to
fine.
be in the form of a motion?
Yeah, any supervisor can ask for a recess.
Did I do that before Mr. Ingram read that or afterwards?
Let's do it let's,
Oh, I'm saying you can do it after. And while we're getting up, that can be your break.
Okay.
we'll.
So let him read it now then.
Yeah, we technically can't go back in until Mr. Elder's with us anyway.
Okay.
He's out there.
All right, so you want me to read it?
Sorry about that, Mr. Ingram.
Okay. I move that the Board of Supervisors of Nottoway County, Virginia adjourn into closed meeting pursuant to Code of Virginia 2.2-3711A1, assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, disciplining, or resignation of specific public officers, appointees, or employees of any public body, specifically relating to county administrator, and consultation. 2.2-3711A7, consultation with legal counsel and briefings by staff members or consultants pertaining to actual or probative litigation, specifically relating to matters now pending in the county administration.
Mr. Chairman, I'll second this with the understanding that before we go into closed session, we're taking a 10-minute recess.
Okay, I've got a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we're in closed session. Take your mics off.
of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and whereas 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this Board of Supervisors that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of Nottoway County, Virginia hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, one, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which the certification resolution applies, and two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the Board of Supervisors, and three, no action was taken in the closed meeting regarding the items discussed.
Mr. Rourke, do you certify?
I certify.
Mr. Ingram?
I certify.
I certify. Mr. Booth?
I certify.
Ms. Norton?
I certify.
I'll take a motion to close this meeting.
I make a motion that we adjourn the meeting.
Second.
All in favor, please stand up.
Thank you.
Me too, because I'm hungry.
My dog won't bite me.